Chapter 234. The sand in the desert flowed frequently. The entrance of the cave that the desert scorpions dug out was quickly covered by sand. This was the nest of a group of desert scorpions. Yixing had been running through the desert and had accidentally barged in. There was a large number of desert scorpions below the sand dunes. Yixing's scanning range was limited, so he could not explore the end. He did not know how many desert scorpions there were. There were entrances to the nest of desert scorpions in all directions. Most of the entrances were covered by sand, but a small number were still exposed. However, Yixing could not see them from the direction he had come from. Now that he turned around, he discovered a few. Yixing frowned. Desert scorpions had appeared on the sand dunes within a radius of 10 li around him. There was a shocking number of desert scorpions in the nest that he had barged into. Yixing's initial estimate was that there were more than 100,000 desert scorpions. With more than 100,000 desert scorpions, it was a super large group of desert scorpions. In such an encirclement, even a marquis martial sage would die. Desert scorpions were Class 1 demonic beasts. Their individual combat strength was not strong, about the same as a cultivator in the late stage of the star-tempering realm. Even a half-step martial sage could kill 10 desert scorpions by himself. However, if the number of desert venomous scorpions reached 1,000, or even a martial sage, not to mention a half-martial sage, would only have death waiting for them. Desert scorpions were a huge scourge in the desert region. Every time the fallen star's secret realm opened, the core disciples who entered would have to face them. They would have to take a detour when they saw them. Hundreds of years ago, the elders of the fallen star sect had done research on desert scorpions. As long as there were more than 1,000 desert scorpions, there would be a poisonous scorpion king. Ordinary desert scorpions were Class 1 demonic beasts. Poisonous scorpion kings were Class 2 demonic beasts, equivalent to martial sages. The more desert scorpions there were, the more poisonous scorpion kings there would be. Furthermore, the strongest poisonous scorpion king would be more powerful. If there were more than 100,000 desert scorpions, there would be a poisonous scorpion king that was equivalent to an intermediate martial sage. Countless ordinary desert scorpions were already scary enough. If there was a poisonous scorpion king that was equivalent to a martial sage, it would be fatal to a cultivator. Even a noble would not be able to fight against such a group of poisonous scorpions. In a one-on-one fight, it would be easy for Wang Ho to kill the poisonous scorpion king, which was equivalent to a mid-level martial sage. However, in a group of 100,000 poisonous scorpions, it was already extremely difficult for Wang Ho to deal with the endless attacks of ordinary poisonous scorpions. Now that a poisonous scorpion king, which was equivalent to a mid-level martial sage, appeared, it was enough to kill Wang Ho. From this, it could be seen that Yixing had fallen into a dangerous situation. Furthermore, it was an extremely dangerous situation. The sand dunes within a radius of 10 miles were filled with desert scorpions. Yixing couldn't rush out in a short time. Because of this, his brows were tightly furrowed. The purple feather spear appeared in his hand as he frowned. The only thing he could do now was to kill his way out. Compared to other martial sages, Yixing had a great advantage. In the black hole astrology, he could sense everything in the darkness. In this way, even if the attacks came from all directions, he would be clear and able to deal with them with ease. This was something that even a martial sage of the noble realm could not do. When a group of poisonous scorpions swarmed in from all directions, even a martial sage would be unable to take care of all directions. However, Yixing could do it. It's said that when you encounter a group of desert scorpions, you have to stay far away and take a detour. This may not apply to me. In the black hole astrology, group attacks are not a threat to me. The real threat to me should be a single strong individual, not a group of weak people. Yixing thought to himself. Before he was surrounded by the desert scorpions, Yixing had never thought of fighting them. What he agreed with was the experience passed down by the falling star sect. Take a detour. However, now that he was surrounded by the desert scorpions, Yixing thought carefully and realized that with his condition, he should not be afraid of being besieged by the desert scorpions. His furrowed brows relaxed at this moment. More and more desert scorpions gathered around Yixing, surrounding him in the center. Moreover, they were gradually closing in on Yixing. This was a super large group of poisonous scorpions. There were many poisonous scorpion kings among them. They were mixed in the dense group of poisonous scorpions, and each of them had thousands of ordinary poisonous scorpions under their command that obeyed their orders. For Yixing, a human warrior who had intruded into their territory, the poisonous scorpion kings naturally did not hesitate to give the order to surround and kill him. Yixing tightened his grip on the spear. A terrifying aura burst out, and a streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. This starlight was as black as ink. It rushed into the sky and turned into a black hole vortex. Darkness shrouded all directions. Yixing was like a god in the darkness. In all directions, within a radius of a few miles, all movements were within Yixing's perception. Moreover, the closer he was, the clearer and more precise his perception became. Da-da-da-da, the poisonous scorpion king gave the order. A large number of desert scorpions opened and closed their large pincers. Da-da-da sounds rang out as they rushed towards Yixing. The two large pincers of the scorpions were incomparably sturdy, like steel or iron. Especially the poisonous scorpion king's pincers, they were like spirit weapons. Breaking gold and splitting stone was not a problem. Undercurrent surging. A flash of light. Dark spirit spear. Dark spear curtain. In the next moment, Yixing moved. He was as fast as lightning as he executed the dark spirit spear art. The purple feather spear in Yixing's hand was like a large black dragon. It carried a dark spear light as it danced in all directions. Every move that Yixing unleashed contained a terrifying amount of power, and the desert scorpions were all killed one after another. Undercurrent surging. The desert scorpions in front of Yixing formed a fan-shaped area and a large number of them died. A flash of light. The desert scorpions in front of Yixing were instantly killed and a straight path of dozens of feet was formed. Dark spirit spear. This was a killing move. The desert scorpions in front of Yixing were all killed. Dark spear curtain. The defensive spear move was impenetrable from all directions. Yixing's full strength was comparable to a 6-star martial saint. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's brain was like a radar. He was clear of all movements within a radius of a few miles. There was no blind spot at all. Therefore, killing these desert scorpions was as easy as mowing grass. The most important thing was Yixing's strong perception in the dark. This was the effect of the black hole astrology. This allowed Yixing to be unafraid of being besieged. No matter where the desert scorpions attacked from or how many of them there were, Yixing was clear of them. He was also very strong. The desert scorpions were extremely terrifying to other martial artists. Yixing was trapped in a group of desert scorpions. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre. No desert scorpions could block Yixing's spear. Even the Scorpion King, who was equivalent to a beginner martial saint, was hit by Yixing's group attack. However, there were too many desert scorpions. Although Yixing killed them quickly, compared to the total number of desert scorpions, the ones that Yixing killed were obviously nothing. No matter how fast Yixing killed the desert scorpions, there were always endless desert scorpions swarming towards him from all directions. The desert scorpions had low intelligence and did not know fear at all. They would not stop until they killed every single one of them. Whoosh 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 whoosh, all of a sudden, countless sounds of air being torn apart could be heard. Yixing sensed his surroundings in the darkness, so he knew these sounds very well. They were the stingers of countless poisonous scorpions shooting out from their tails. The stingers were poisonous. The poison of an ordinary scorpion could kill an ordinary martial artist. The poison of the Scorpion King was very effective against a martial saint. This was the most frightening part of the desert scorpions. The densely packed stingers shot towards him from all directions. Even a noble could not block them. Although these stingers could not kill a noble, their strength would be greatly reduced if they were hit by the stingers. In the end, they would be drowned by the desert scorpions and eaten until not even their bones were left. Dark Spear Screen. Even though he could feel the stingers shooting towards him from all directions, Yixing's heart couldn't help but tighten. He used a defensive spear technique to defend himself from the stingers, making sure that his defense was impenetrable. Ding! 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 Countless crisp sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, countless stingers that were as hard as steel were blocked by the dark spear screen and bounced off. However, Yixing still felt a stinging pain on his back. Even though the dark spear screen was watertight, there were too many stingers shooting towards him. Furthermore, the stingers were thin and could penetrate through any opening. As long as there was a slight opening in his defense, the stingers would naturally pass through the dark spear screen and hit Yixing's body. This surprised Yixing. After feeling the stinging pain on his back, it quickly turned into numbness. This poison was not fatal, but the key was that it would cause his muscles to stiffen and become paralyzed. As a result, his speed would be reduced, and he would eventually be killed and eaten by the desert scorpions. Yixing operated his celestial essence and forced the stingers out in an instant. Then, he launched a series of crazy attacks, killing a large number of desert scorpions in all directions. After gaining a little time, he quickly took out a spirit cleansing pill and swallowed it. The spirit cleansing pill was a spirit-level detoxification pill. After Yixing swallowed it, he felt the scorpion poison in his body quickly dissolving and his back returning to normal. This made Yixing feel lucky. If he did not have the detoxification spirit pill, he would have died under the jaws of these desert scorpions. The effects of the spirit cleansing pill would last for a long time. During this time, Yixing would not be afraid of the scorpion poison and would attack the desert scorpions even more fiercely. Yixing kept using the dark spirit spear art to kill the desert scorpions, while using the heavenly bat steps to move. Suddenly, his heart was moved. These desert scorpions are coming in waves. They don't know what death is. In a short time, it is impossible to kill them all. This will be a long battle. The effect of practicing martial arts in actual combat is the best. This should be a great opportunity for me to improve my attainments in the dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps. As Yixing thought about it, he felt a little happy about being surrounded by the desert scorpions. The dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps were both middle-grade spirit martial arts and were very difficult to cultivate. Especially the dark spirit spear art, after reaching the small accomplishment, it would be almost impossible to improve his attainments by cultivating alone. Chapter 235. During a battle, when one's spirit was highly strained, it was the best time to hone one's martial arts. Moreover, Yixing now used the black hole astrology, which gave him the best conditions to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. With the best conditions and the best time to cultivate, one would naturally obtain the best results. Whether it was the dark spirit spear art or the heavenly bat steps, both had great benefits. When the poison tail needles could not threaten Yixing, the desert scorpions no longer posed any threat to Yixing. Yixing just had to consume his celestial essence and energy to fight them. If he did not gain anything, this battle would become an irritating one. Because the desert scorpions did not have any valuable treasures on them, killing them would not be of any use. However, if one regarded this battle as a process of cultivating martial arts, then the feeling would be completely different. The more Yixing fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the happier he felt. Yixing had a lot of celestial essence and a lot of stamina. After fighting with the desert scorpions for half a day, he finally felt his strength running out. He had consumed too much celestial essence, and even his spirit started to feel tired. After killing for half a day, Yixing had killed at least tens of thousands of desert scorpions. Corpses littered the ground. However, Yixing felt that the desert scorpions around him did not seem to have reduced. They were still densely packed, giving people the feeling that they were endless. Yixing wanted to kill them all in one go, but it was impossible. He had to rest to recover his celestial essence and energy. Dark Spirit Spear. Dark Spirit Spear. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing changed his direction and used the Dark Spirit Spear 3 times in a row, killing all the desert scorpions within a radius of several dozen feet. After using 3 killing techniques in a row, Yixing could not help but gasp for breath. However, he quickly brought out an array disc. In an instant, an array formation light shield, with Yixing as the center, covered a radius of several dozen feet, separating him from the desert scorpions. This was the array disc given by Lin Fenghua, which contained the Grand Completion Copper Wall Array. Even the Copper Wall formation could not withstand the endless attacks of the desert scorpions forever. However, it could withstand them for 4 hours without any problem. In less than an hour, Yixing recovered his celestial essence and energy. Since the array disc on the copper wall was still intact, Yixing put away the array disc and left it for the next time. As soon as the light shield disappeared, the endless desert scorpions charged towards Yixing again. The purple feather spear shone brightly like a black dragon as it soared into the sky and attacked in all directions. Another massacre began. In an instant, Yixing was surrounded by the broken limbs and remains of the desert scorpions. After another half a day of killing, another tens of thousands of desert scorpions died under Yixing's purple feather spear. Yixing used the Heavenly Bat Steps and the Dark Spirit Spear art at the same time. After a day of fighting, the desert scorpions' corpses stretched for more than 10 miles. During this time, Yixing was attacked by the stingers of the desert scorpions many times. The spirit cleansing pill could only last for about half a day. When the effect of the pill passed, Yixing was hit again and had to take a second spirit cleansing pill to detoxify the poison in his body. In the 2 massacres, Yixing had killed more than 100,000 desert poisonous scorpions. Moreover, he had killed more than 100 poisonous scorpion kings in the battle. Among them, there were several poisonous scorpion kings whose strength was equivalent to that of a 3-star martial sage. Among the 100,000 scorpions, there was a poisonous scorpion king equivalent to an intermediate martial sage. Obviously, the highest leader of this group of poisonous scorpion kings was still alive. Moreover, there were still many desert scorpions around, but they were much fewer than before. There were only about 20 to 30,000 of them left. Yixing still felt that his strength was not enough to kill all the remaining desert scorpions in one go. Therefore, after half a day of fighting, Yixing once again used the copper wall array disc to separate the scorpions and recover his star essence and energy for the second time. After a day of fierce fighting, Yixing clearly felt that his attainment in the Dark Spirit Spear art had greatly improved. When he used the Dark Spirit Spear art, it had more Dao connotation and its power was getting stronger. However, there was still no qualitative breakthrough. It was still improving in the small success realm. There was a very long distance between the small success realm and the great success realm. Only by breaking through to the great success realm would the power have a qualitative breakthrough and increase exponentially. However, Yixing believed that one day, sooner or later, his Dark Spirit Spear art would reach the great success realm. The great success realm of the middle spirit martial art was extremely rare even among the noble martial artists. Only then could the true power of the Dark Spirit Spear art be displayed. As for the Heavenly Bat Steps, although the improvement was not as great as the Dark Spirit Spear art, there was still great progress. The gap between entry and small success was not as big as the gap between small success and large success. The Heavenly Bat Steps had already reached its limit at entry level. He was only half a step away from breaking through to small success. In a short while, the small success of the Heavenly Bat Steps was inevitable. The Heavenly Bat Steps was a movement technique created based on the bat demonic beast. Bats were dark demonic beasts. Therefore, Yixing's cultivation of the heavenly bat steps should also have a bonus effect under the black hole star avatar. Therefore, it was reasonable for his attainment in the heavenly bat steps to improve so quickly. When he recovered his star essence and energy, it was already the second day of the battle with the scorpions. Another massacre had begun. After about an hour, Yixing's speed had suddenly increased by a large margin. He shuttled through the group of poisonous scorpions, leaving behind afterimages. His speed had reached a level where even the desert scorpions and even the poisonous scorpion king could not react in time. The small success realm of the heavenly bat steppes had also merged with the wind force. His speed was so fast that he could no longer be considered the best among the intermediate martial saints. Even among the noble martial artists, he was outstanding. As he sped up, Yixing killed the desert scorpions even faster. At this rate, he would be able to kill all the desert scorpions in a little more than 2 hours. The day before, when Yixing was fighting with the desert scorpions, not a single core disciple came. But now, there were 2 core disciples who had come to this area. The 2 core disciples, one male and one female, did not see the battle between Yixing and the desert scorpions at first. Instead, they saw the corpses of the desert scorpions all over the ground. So many corpses of the desert scorpions. Senior sister, is someone hunting the desert scorpions? The male core disciple asked the female core disciple beside him with a face full of shock when he saw the desert scorpions all over the ground. This female core disciple was beautiful and had skin as white as snow. She was one of the falling star's twin beauties, He Hongjiao. The male core disciple's name was Yang Zhixiong. His cultivation was slightly weaker than He Hongjiao's. However, he was still a 5-star martial saint and did not enter the top 10 of the core disciples. He Hongjiao came out of the Sea of Fire earlier. When she entered the Sea of Fire, she was very close to Yixing. She thought that after she came out of the Sea of Fire, she would not be far from Yixing. Thus, she kept waiting for Yixing. However, in reality, Yixing had moved through the Sea of Fire and had already put some distance between him and He Hongjiao. Thus, even after He Hongjiao waited for a long time, she still did not see Yixing. In the end, Yang Zhixiong came out of the Sea of Fire. When he saw He Hongjiao, he teamed up with her to cross the desert. Although they could avoid the desert scorpions from afar, there was also a certain chance that they would barge into the desert scorpion's nest and be surrounded. The more people there were, the more hope there was for them to kill their way out. He Hongjiao saw that a long time had passed and that Yixing might have passed through the Sea of Fire and entered the desert. If she waited any longer, she would not be able to see Yixing. Thus, she teamed up with Yang Zhixiong and entered the desert. After walking in the desert for 3 days, they arrived here and saw a large number of corpses of the desert scorpions. He Hongjiao's eyes were filled with shock. From the broken limbs of the desert scorpions, she could tell that they had indeed died at the hands of a cultivator. However, which disciple had the strength to kill so many desert scorpions? Even a marquis would not be able to do so, right? He Hongjiao said, it should be a team. It might be eldest senior brother and the others. Let's follow the corpses of the desert scorpions to take a look. Yang Zhixiong nodded. He also thought that the desert scorpions were killed by a team. Furthermore, it was a team formed by eldest senior brother Ma Ren, second senior brother Qi Jingyang, and third senior brother Li Yuanqing. This was because Ma Ren, Qi Yingyang, and Li Yuanqing were all 6-star martial saints. Only a team of 3 6-star martial saints could kill so many desert scorpions, something that even a marquis would not be able to do. He Hongjiao and Yang Zhixiong followed the path of the desert scorpions' corpses. After walking for more than 10 li and climbing over a sand dune, they finally saw the battle scene. Among the densely packed desert scorpions, there was only a young man holding a spear and fighting. Above the young man was a pitch-black star. It was unknown what kind of star it was. He Hongjiao and Yang Zhixiong stood on the sand dune, almost petrified. These desert scorpions were actually killed by one person. Furthermore, this person was the only inner disciple who had entered the falling star secret realm, Yixing. How is this possible? The two of them exclaimed at the same time, not daring to believe it. The two of them were still about 5 li away from Yixing. As martial saints, their eyesight was very strong. Naturally, they could see Yixing's appearance clearly. A 3-star martial saint had actually killed so many desert scorpions. The corpses stretched for more than 10 li. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The two of them stood on the sand dune like statues, watching the battle between Yixing and the desert scorpions several li away. They saw Yixing's spear move like a dragon, shooting in all directions. The desert scorpions would definitely die if they were hit by the spear. No matter which direction the desert scorpions attacked Yixing from, Yixing calmly killed them one by one. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. On the sand dune, Yang Zhixiong was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Junior brother Yi is surrounded by the desert scorpions. We saw it. Should we help him?" He Hongjiao glanced around indifferently and said, "Didn't you see how many desert scorpions he killed? How can the remaining desert scorpions do anything to him?" Yang Zhixiong said, "Junior brother Yi killed so many desert scorpions. He must be mentally and physically exhausted. Perhaps this is the time when he needs help." He Hongjiao said, "Aren't you afraid that you will die in the mouths of the desert scorpions before you can meet up with junior brother Yi?" Yang Zhixiong frowned and said, "Junior brother Yi can kill so many desert scorpions that their corpses litter the ground. How can I die in their mouths?" He Hongjiao smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can also keep your eyes and ears open and not be afraid of enemies attacking you from all directions?" Yang Zhixiong was stunned and immediately felt speechless. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 236. He Hongjiao said seriously, "Junior brother Yang, if you want to save junior brother Yi, the most important thing right now is to find reinforcements. Quickly go find the other senior brothers and junior brothers. I'll stay here. If junior brother Ye's physical strength is not enough, I'll be able to rescue him since I'm stronger than you." Yang Zhixiong thought for a moment and said, "Senior sister He, it's dangerous to go into the desert scorpions to save people. It's better if you go find reinforcements. I'll stay here and look for an opportunity to rescue him." He Hongjiao was the dream lover of many falling star sect disciples, and Yang Zhixiong was no exception. He could not bear to give her such a dangerous job. However, He Hongjiao had other intentions for staying behind. She had finally found Yixing, so she naturally wanted to kill Yixing. Of course, she had to send Yang Zhixiong away. He Hongjiao frowned and said, "I told you to find reinforcements, so go find them. Why are you so long-winded and annoying? Go." Yang Zhixiong was scolded by He Hongjiao and immediately lost his mind. Although he did not want He Hongjiao to be in danger, he did not dare to go against He Hongjiao's wishes. Yang Zhixiong said, Then senior sister He, be careful. Don't go up for the time being. Wait for me to find reinforcements, then go up to save junior brother Yi." He Hongjiao waved her hand impatiently and said, "Go quickly." After Yang Zhixiong left, He Hongjiao's expression changed and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Like a cat looking at a mouse, she stared at Yixing from afar. Her lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. The falling star secret territory was very vast, and it was difficult to find people scattered. She had asked Yang Zhixiong to find reinforcements, but Yang Zhixiong would not return for a while. As for her, as long as she killed Yixing during this period of time, destroyed the evidence, and then said that Yixing died in the mouth of the desert scorpion without leaving behind a corpse, the matter would be flawless, and no one would be able to blame her. Of course, the best result was that Yixing died under the siege of the desert scorpions. This way, it would save her a lot of effort. Moreover, she would be happy to see Yixing being eaten by the desert scorpions until there was nothing left. Unfortunately, her wish was obviously not fulfilled. Under Yixing's attack, the desert scorpions became fewer and fewer, and Yixing remained unscathed. Humph. Looking at his attack power, it seems to be about the same as mine. It's just that his reaction is extremely sharp. He seems to know which direction the desert scorpions attack from like the back of his hand. Therefore, the encirclement of the desert scorpions does not threaten him at all. He Hongjiao's brows gradually furrowed as she thought to herself, looks like it won't be long before he'll be able to kill all of these desert poisonous scorpions. Looks like I'll have to personally take action in order to take his dog life. Time passed, second after second. With every second that passed, more and more desert scorpions died under Yixing's gun. The number of desert scorpions dwindled. Finally, when the poisonous scorpion king, which was equivalent to a 4-star martial sage, was killed by Yixing with a single spear strike, the entire group of poisonous scorpions in the desert were wiped out. Yixing was still immersed in the cultivation of the dark spirit spear art and the heavenly bat steps. He wished he could have more desert scorpions to kill and hone his martial arts attainments. However, these were just thoughts. He had taken the last spirit cleansing pill during the third battle with the poisonous scorpions. Without the spirit cleansing pill to neutralize the poison of the scorpion stinger, Yixing did not dare to fight with the desert scorpions again. Yixing withdrew the black hole astral avatar and sat on the ground. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, recovering his celestial essence and energy. He Hongjiao walked out from behind a distant hill. Silently, like a ghost, she approached Yixing. Senior sister He, what a coincidence. When He Hongjiao was still 1,000 meters away from Yixing, Yixing stood up and turned to look at He Hongjiao. In the battle between Yixing and the poisonous scorpions, everything within a radius of a few miles was within his dark sense. Yixing was well aware of the arrival of He Hongjiao and Yang Zhixiong. After Yixing killed all the desert scorpions, He Hongjiao went to hide behind the sand dune. Yixing naturally did not want to expose his powerful perception. Instead, he waited for He Hongjiao to show herself. He Hongjiao thought that after Yixing killed all the desert scorpions, he would be less vigilant and focus on recovering his celestial essence. Therefore, she planned to sneak up on Yixing and give Yixing a fatal attack to complete the task given to her by Hua Tianshu. In this way, she could save the forbidden weapon soul-severing shuttle given to her by Hua Tianshu. The soul-severing shuttle was a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spirit weapon. It was extremely powerful and precious. Even Hua Tianshu only had a few of them. But now, the sneak attack plan was ruined. He Hongjiao stared at Yixing and said, "You're quite vigilant." Yixing looked indifferent and said, "Senior sister He, do you want to team up with me and cross the desert together?" He Hongjiao's eyes lit up. It was not a bad idea to team up with Yixing to cross the desert. First, she could eliminate Yixing's vigilance and then give him a fatal blow when he was unprepared. However, before He Hongjiao could agree, Yixing had already said, "Junior brother, I like to be alone. If we want to form a team, senior sister can find someone else." He Hongjiao's face turned green. It turned out that Yixing was deliberately playing with her. He Hongjiao said with a cold face, "I'm looking for junior brother because I want to tell junior brother something." Yixing nodded, "Let's hear it." On the surface, Yixing appeared relaxed, but in reality, he was on high alert. When he entered the Falling Star secret realm, Hua Tianshu showed killing intent to him. Yixing knew very well that He Hongjiao did not come with good intentions. He Hongjiao smiled sweetly. Her whole person was like a blooming flower, extremely beautiful. However, at certain times, beauty often meant danger. Just as He Hongjiao's smile was at its brightest, she also launched a fatal blow at Yixing. "I'm here to take your dog life." He Hongjiao's cold voice and a few hot and sharp scarlet rays appeared at the same time. Low-grade spiritual martial art, scorching sun sword technique. He Hongjiao's scorching sun sword technique had already reached the great completion realm. Moreover, she had walked a long way in the great completion realm. With this scorching sun sword technique, she was ranked 4th among the top 10 core disciples with a cultivation of mid-level 5-star vortex realm. She was ranked 2nd only to Ma Ren, Qi Jingyang, and Li Yuanqing, 3 6-star martial saints. She was ranked higher than some core disciples who were at late level 5-star vortex realm and peak level 5-star vortex realm. When the scorching sun sword technique was used, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Moreover, when He Hongjiao attacked, a ray of starlight rushed out from between her eyebrows and turned into a flaming star in the sky. The flaming star power that descended caused the power of the scorching sun sword technique to multiply. It was a superior astrological sign, Earth-Fire Star. The power of He Hongjiao's astrological sign was not inferior to Zi Shanho's. He Hongjiao unleashed her full combat strength and suddenly attacked. The distance of over 1,000 meters was a short distance to a martial saint. In the blink of an eye, a few rays of scorching sun sword technique had already arrived beside Yixing. They blocked all of Yixing's escape routes from all angles and could kill Yixing with one strike. The corners of He Hongjiao's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. She believed that her sudden attack with all her strength would definitely be effective. He Hongjiao felt that she still had a chance to kill Yixing without using the soul-severing shuttle. She was in a very good mood. The corners of Yixing's mouth also curled up. If it was before he obtained the fire seed, he would have had to block the fire element attack. However, now, in front of the star fire seed, the power of He Hongjiao's scorching sun sword technique, which had reached the great completion realm, was nothing. The thing that Yixing was least afraid of now was fire element attacks. In the face of He Hongjiao's scorching sun sword technique, Yixing did not dodge. He only circulated his celestial essence to defend against the sharp aura of the scorching sun sword technique to prevent his body from being injured. In an instant, the scorching sun sword technique struck Yixing's body. The sharp aura was blocked by Yixing's celestial essence. As for the power of the flames, when it struck Yixing's body, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. The star fire seed in Yixing's Dantian star vortex trembled slightly, as if it had opened a bloody mouth. In an instant, it devoured the power of the flames that had struck Yixing's body. It hit. He Hongjiao was overjoyed, but then she was shocked. Yixing seemed to be fine. He Hongjiao was shocked. Even a 6-star martial sage would not dare to stand still and take the attack of her scorching sun sword technique. However, Yixing took the attack of her scorching sun sword technique head-on and came out unscathed. Senior sister He, murdering a fellow disciple is a crime punishable by death. Since you're talented, a pillar of the Falling Stars faction, and you were ordered by Hua Tianshu, I can pretend that nothing happened this time. But don't let it happen again. Yixing's eyes revealed a cold light. He walked toward He Hongjiao and said, "If you dare to offend me again, even if you are as beautiful as a fairy, you won't be able to live." He Hongjiao's expression changed. She raised her hand and a black shuttle appeared in her hand. It was the soul-severing shuttle, a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, which could kill a noble. When He Hongjiao took out the soul-severing shuttle, Yixing's hair stood on end. This was an extremely terrible forbidden weapon. Yixing suddenly felt a strong threat of death, and his hair stood on end. At the same time, his killing intent toward He Hongjiao exploded. "I want you to die," He Hongjiao shouted. She drove the soul-severing shuttle and threw it toward Yixing. The soul-severing shuttle, which was half a palm long, suddenly shone brightly. It bloomed with a bright black light and became more than 3 meters long. With a terrible power that could destroy mountains, it was going to kill Yixing in an instant. Eyes of blue clouds, blue eyes. Black hole astrology. The soul-severing shuttle was too terrible. In an instant, Yixing used all his trump cards to save his life. Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared in his eyes, attacking He Hongjiao's mind. The black hole astrology suddenly covered the darkness in all directions, allowing Yixing to feel everything around him. Yixing's hands did not stop. At the same time, he took out the bronze wall formation disc. The bronze wall formation disc, which was completed, instantly formed a formation light shield, covering Yixing. In the other hand, he took out the purple feather spear. In an instant, the spear was like a dragon, waving in all directions. He performed a defensive move, dark spear curtain. Yixing's legs, at the same time, burst out with a strong force. He ran the small success realm of the heavenly bat steps and integrated the wind force. His whole body was like lightning, dodging to the side. In the blink of an eye, Yixing did 5 things at the same time. Blue eyes affected He Hongjiao's mind, the black hole astrology allowed Yixing to perceive everything around him, the bronze wall formation defense, the dark spear curtain as a double defense, and the heavenly bat steps to dodge. Thank you to Wuxia and Buddhist World for the tip of 10,000 coins. Congratulations to Wuxia and Buddhist World for becoming the 7th leader of the Arrow God. I can't update at home. I updated from 5 to 7. I didn't upload it successfully, so I went to the internet cafe outside to update. I have already updated 3 times. I will update in the internet cafe. I will continue to write when I go back. If I can update at home, I will update 4 times. If I still can't update at home, I can only update 3 times today. Please warm my heart. Chapter 237. This was the strongest defense Yixing could make against the soul-severing shuttle. It was extremely difficult to complete it at the same time. If it were any other martial saint, to be able to do 3 out of 5 things at the same time would already be a first-class reaction. The reason why Yixing could do 5 things in an instant was that he had a super strong brain, which others did not have. Yixing's green eyes made He Hongjiao fall into a trance for a moment. But the green eyes had a strong influence on the mind of demonic beasts and a weak influence on the mind of warriors. The effect on He Hongjiao was minimal. Moreover, the soul-severing shuttle was a forbidden weapon, and its power had nothing to do with He Hongjiao. The soul-severing shuttle had already been launched, and its influence on He Hongjiao's mind could only stop her next round of attacks. It had no effect on the soul-severing shuttle's attack. The same principle applied to the black hole astrology. The soul-severing shuttle had already been launched. Even if Yixing could sense its attack trajectory, it would be difficult for him to dodge because the soul-severing shuttle was too fast. Even if He Hongjiao fell into darkness, it could only stop her next round of attacks. The real defense against the soul-severing shuttle's attack was the other 3 things Yixing had done. The bronze wall formation light shield had extremely strong defensive power and could defend against attacks of the noble level. The soul-severing shuttle was a forbidden weapon that could kill nobles. The attack and defense of the 2 should not be too different. However, Yixing's bronze wall formation disc had already been used twice in the battle with the poisonous desert scorpions. Its power had already been reduced by more than half. Now, it naturally could not block the attack of the soul-severing shuttle. A tearing sound was heard. The light shield of the formation dissipated like a punctured balloon. The soul-severing shuttle's speed did not decrease at all as it shot towards Yixing, colliding with Yixing's dark spear curtain. Clang 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 clang, in the blink of an eye, there was a series of explosions. The purple feather spear and the soul-severing shuttle had collided countless times. In the end, the dark spear curtain still could not stop the soul-severing shuttle. The purple feather spear was shaken to the side, and the soul-severing shuttle continued to shoot forward like a cold light. Although the formation light shield and the dark spear curtain did not stop the soul-severing shuttle, the 2 obstructions had still slowed the soul-severing shuttle's speed by a bit. How fast was the speed of the heavenly bat steps at the small success stage after fusing with the wind force? With just this slight decrease in speed, Yixing was able to escape. The soul-severing shuttle brushed past his figure and hit a small sand dune behind Yixing. Boom. With a loud explosion, a huge hole with a radius of several hundred feet was blasted out of the small sand dune. It was obvious that if Yixing was struck by the soul-severing shuttle, he would absolutely be blasted into a rain of blood and minced meat, and not even his bones would remain. With a loud explosion, Yixing stopped several hundred meters away. His eyes were as sharp as blades as they locked onto He Hongjiao. At this moment, the sky was filled with flying sand. Yixing walked towards He Hongjiao step by step, his killing intent boiling. He Hongjiao paled. She had not expected Yixing to dodge the soul-severing shuttle, a forbidden tool that could kill a 7-star martial sage. Her expression turned flustered. She could feel Yixing's killing intent. He was really angry and wanted to kill her. Whoosh! He Hongjiao turned around and ran. She pushed her low-grade spirit martial art to the limit. Moreover, her celestial essence condensed into wings on her back. She kept flapping them to increase the speed of her movement technique. Other than running away, she could not think of any other way. Yixing's killing intent soared to the sky. The other party was determined to kill him. How could he let her escape? Moreover, whether it was the Eye of Blue Cloud or the Black Hole astrology, they were no longer secrets in front of He Hongjiao. Yixing would definitely not let her live. Heavenly Bat Steps. Yixing displayed the small success stage of the Heavenly Bat Steps. Combined with the wind, he was as fast as lightning. He was more than twice as fast as He Hongjiao. The difference in speed between the two was too great. He Hongjiao had no chance of escaping. She looked around anxiously, seeking the help of her fellow disciples. However, where were her fellow disciples? At this time, He Hongjiao regretted sending Yang Zhixiong away. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, He Hongjiao stopped. Her eyes were watery and her face was miserable. She untied her belt and said, "Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want." Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Flash. Without waiting for He Hongjiao to take off her clothes, the purple feather spear shot from afar with a dark spear light, drawing a black straight line in the void. In an instant, the purple feather spear pierced through He Hongjiao's chest. He Hongjiao's expression instantly turned into disbelief. She had a fairy-like beauty and was the favored girl of the Falling Star sect. Countless male disciples surrounded her and were willing to be her servant. Even her senior brother Maran had a special liking for her. She was in the prime of her youth and should have a bright future. How could she be willing to die? She was not willing to die. Moreover, she had never thought that she would die. With the soul-severing shuttle in her hand, killing Yixing should be as easy as turning her hand. The one who would die could only be Yixing. How could it be her? He Hongjiao grabbed the spear in front of her chest. She could not believe the truth at this moment. She could not believe that she was going to die. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Which man did not like her? She had promised Yixing and was willing to give him everything. Why did Yixing want to kill her? She could not understand. No. 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 He Hongjiao whispered. Until her hands holding the spear fell down powerlessly, until the end of her life, she still could not believe that she would end up like this. With a shake of the purple feather spear, it was pulled out of He Hongjiao's chest. He Hongjiao's body fell to the ground. Yixing's face was livid and his eyes were cold. He had no enmity with He Hongjiao. Although He Hongjiao was Hua Tianshu's disciple and stood on the opposite side of Yixing, Yixing had never intended to deal with her. Yixing's enemy was only limited to Hua Tianshu. Therefore, when He Hongjiao attacked him for the first time, Yixing could give her a chance and pretend that nothing had happened. However, He Hongjiao used the soul-severing shuttle and wanted to kill Yixing for the second time. This completely aroused Yixing's killing intent. Between the two of them, it was either you die or I die. Yixing knew how to show mercy to He Hongjiao when she begged for mercy. However, Yixing was not a person who would give up his principles just because of a woman. From the moment He Hongjiao used the soul-severing shuttle, as long as Yixing did not die, she would die. This was inevitable and could not be changed. At this point, what was the use of begging for mercy? Although He Hongjiao was as beautiful as a fairy and was the dream lover of countless falling star sect disciples, Yixing did not need a woman who wanted to kill him. The only way to deal with a mortal enemy was to take their life. Yixing activated the star fire seed, and with a wave of his hand, a flame flew out and enveloped He Hongjiao. The flame from the star fire seed was very domineering. In just a few dozen breaths, He Hongjiao was burned to ashes. Yixing slammed his palm down, and the ashes were slammed deep into the ground. The surrounding quicksand flowed down and buried the ashes, leaving no trace behind. Yixing looked into the distance and scanned the surroundings. He did not see any traces of other disciples. He let out a long sigh of relief and continued to move forward into the depths of the secret realm. Half a day later, Yixing met Lin Tongyu, who was walking alone in the desert. The two of them had a very good relationship, and after another half a day, they finally walked out of the desert. The two of them rested at the edge of the desert. In front of them were endless white mountain peaks. Each mountain peak was condensed from ice. This was the last obstacle of the 3 danger zones, the ice mountain. The two of them were still at the edge of the ice mountain area, and they could feel the biting cold in the air. If it were an ordinary martial artist, just the cold at the edge of the ice mountain would be enough to chill their blood, stiffen their muscles, and eventually kill them. To a martial saint, this bit of cold was nothing. However, if they were in the depths of the ice mountain, the cold would be even more terrifying. Even a beginner martial saint could be frozen to death in the ice mountain. Yixing made a fire and took out a large piece of crystal fire beast meat. He skewered it on a spirit weapon and slowly roasted it over the fire. Lin Tongyu did not care at first. After a while, the fragrance of the meat wafted through the air. Lin Tongyu's mouth watered and her eyes lit up. Lin Tongyu said in surprise, "This is the meat of a crystal fire beast? You killed a crystal fire beast in the Sea of Fire?" Yixing nodded and smiled faintly. "I heard that the meat of a crystal fire beast is a top-quality ingredient. I happen to like good food. He. Since I encountered a crystal fire beast in the Sea of Fire, I naturally did not let it go. It seems that your luck is not bad. Not every disciple can encounter a crystal fire beast in the Sea of Fire." Lin Tongyu said excitedly, He. My father also especially likes the meat of crystal fire beasts. Every time the Fallen Star secret realm opens, he will use a formation plate to exchange for the meat of a crystal fire beast. 6 years ago, he obtained the meat of a crystal fire beast. I also ate a bit because of my father. It was indeed a delicacy that I can't forget even now. Lin Tongyu thought that Yixing had only encountered 1 or 2 crystal fire beasts in the Sea of Fire. She clearly did not expect that Yixing had killed more than 100 crystal fire beasts. Yixing flipped the crystal fire beast meat in his hand and continued to roast it. He smiled and said, He. When I get out, I will definitely send some crystal fire beast meat to master. Not long after, the crystal fire beast meat was roasted until it was tender and oily. Its entire body was golden yellow, and it emitted a fragrance that greatly increased one's appetite. Yixing and Lin Tongyu were already salivating. They could not wait any longer and split the roasted crystal fire beast meat between them. Their mouths were covered in oil, and their mouths were fragrant. It was as if their souls had been refined. A delicacy in the world, a delicacy in the world. Even though Yixing had already eaten it several times, he could not help but exclaim in admiration every time he ate it. To a foodie, delicacies were treasures, and supreme-grade delicacies were priceless treasures. Yixing loved the crystal fire beast's tender meat to the extreme. Lin Tongyu also had a smile on her face. She felt refreshed, and her entire body was extremely comfortable. After a while, the feeling of refining one's soul gradually returned to normal. However, there was still a lingering fragrance in their mouths. Only then did the two continue forward. The ice mountain region was bone-chillingly cold. Even a mid-level martial sage would be affected by the cold. Compared to the desert, their speed was much slower here. Chapter 238. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was not affected by the cold. The star flame seed in his Dantian star whirlpool was constantly emitting heat, allowing Yi Xing's body temperature to remain at a normal state. He did not feel cold at all. However, since he was traveling with Lin Tongyu, Yi Xing could only follow her. The two of them traveled for 2 days in the ice mountain area. On this day, a faint fragrance suddenly came from the cold wind. The two of them had eaten the meat of the crystal fire beast before and were very sensitive to fragrances. When they smelled the fragrance, they immediately noticed it. Yi Xing sniffed in the direction of the cold wind. "Senior Sister Lin, do you smell a fragrance in the cold wind?" Lin Tongyu stopped and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and savored it carefully. Then, she nodded. "There is a fragrance." After speaking, the two of them exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they said in unison, "It's the Ice Lotus." The Falling Star sect was formed because of the Falling Star secret realm. Countless elites of their ancestors had entered the Falling Star secret realm and were very familiar with it. These experiences were passed down to their descendants. According to the experience passed down by the ancestors of there was a treasure in the ice mountain area known as the Ice Lotus. The Ice Lotus was a spiritual grade herb that could directly raise a martial sage's cultivation. The Ice Lotus had at least 3 leaves. The more leaves it had, the stronger its medicinal effect. Before the Ice Lotus matured, it would emit a fragrance that would spread for 50 kilometers. If one smelled the fragrance in the ice mountain area, there was only one possibility: there was an ice lotus about to mature within 100 kilometers. Herbs that could directly raise one's cultivation were the rarest and most precious herbs. Every ice lotus was an extremely valuable treasure. The disciples of the Falling Star sect knew how difficult it was to cultivate to the martial sage realm. Even a beginner martial sage would find it difficult to break through to the next realm. However, the Ice Lotus could directly raise a martial sage's cultivation. Who would not want such a precious herb? Since Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu both smelled the medicinal fragrance, it was clear that there was an Ice Lotus about to mature within 100 kilometers. This was a fortuitous encounter. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. The Fallen Star secret realm only opened once every 3 years, but every time it opened, there might not necessarily be disciples that would be able to encounter the Ice Lotus. According to the past experience of the disciples would only obtain the Ice Lotus once every 3 times the Falling Star secret realm was opened. In other words, this was an opportunity that only appeared once every 10 years. It was indeed not easy to encounter it. "Let's go quickly and find the Ice Lotus. Don't let others get ahead of us," Lin Tongyu said. The Ice Lotus had matured, and its fragrance had spread for hundreds of miles. Those who could smell its fragrance were definitely not limited to just the two of them. Perhaps there were other core disciples as well. The Ice Lotus grew in the Ice Mountain region and was originally an ownerless item. At this time, whoever found the Ice Lotus first would be able to obtain the Ice Lotus. This opportunity was hard to come by, so no one wanted to be happy for nothing. Naturally, they all wanted to get their hands on the Ice Lotus. "Go!" Yi Xing nodded and walked towards the direction of the cold wind with Lin Tongyu. At this time, Yi Xing was in a hurry to find the Ice Lotus, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace. The difference in speed between the two was obvious. Yi Xing suddenly overtook Lin Tongyu. Since the two of them were in the same team, Yixing naturally would not abandon Lin Tongyu and look for the ice lotus alone. Yixing, who had run to the front, turned around and directly pulled Lin Tongyu's hand and said, "Come with me." Lin Donyu understood Yixing's meaning and did not resist. Yixing had the star fire seed in his body. This heat was transferred to Lin Tongyu's body through his palm, allowing Lin Tongyu to no longer use her celestial essence to suppress the cold. Her speed also increased. As the two of them moved forward against the cold wind, the fragrance grew stronger and stronger. After moving forward for more than 40 miles, they found an ice lotus in an ice valley between two ice mountains. This ice lotus looked like it was carved out of ice and had a total of 5 leaves. 5-leaf ice lotus. After Yixing and Lin Tongyu saw the ice lotus, they were immediately attracted to it. They could not move their eyes away and exclaimed at the same time. The ice lotus had at least 3 leaves, and with each additional leaf, its medicinal properties would be stronger. The 3-leaf ice lotus was already a rare and precious spirit herb. The 5-leaf ice lotus was even more precious. It could allow a mid-level martial sage to easily break through to the next realm. Its medicinal properties were very strong. Yixing and Lin Tongyu were overjoyed. They were the first disciples to arrive here. According to their names, this ice lotus belonged to them. As long as this ice lotus completely matured, they could pick it. With the powerful medicinal properties of the 5-leaf ice lotus, it was very likely that both of their cultivations would break through. Hiss, a long hiss interrupted their beautiful illusion. In the depths of the ice valley, between the rocks, a snow-white python drilled out. It spat out a long tongue and stared fiercely at Yixing and Lin Tongyu. This was a second-grade demonic beast. Its aura was strong, equivalent to that of a 5-star martial sage. Lin Tongyu immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, while Yixing's eyes lit up. The two of them exclaimed at the same time, "Ice python." The ice python was a demonic beast that could only be found in the falling star secret realm. It was much rarer than the crystal fire beast. In fact, compared to the ice lotus, the ice python was even rarer. Disciples who encountered the ice lotus might not necessarily encounter the ice python. The ice lotus appeared once in 10 years, and the ice python appeared once in 100 years. This was a saying passed down from the falling star sect. From this, it could be seen that the probability of the ice python appearing was 10 times lower than the ice lotus. Yixing and Lin Tongyu exclaimed at the same time. However, the meaning of their words was completely different. The two of them were surprised by the ice python's appearance. This was the same. However, apart from this, Lin Tongyu was also surprised by the ice python's strength. It was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. With the ice python around, anyone who was not a 5-star martial sage would not be qualified to compete with it for the ice lotus. On the other hand, Yixing was more surprised than surprised. This was because the meat of the ice python was the same as the tender meat of the crystal fire beast. It was also a top-grade ingredient that was rarer than the tender meat of the crystal fire beast. The ice python appeared once in 100 years. It had indeed been nearly 100 years since the last ice python appeared. However, the falling star sect's disciples did not catch the ice python the last time it appeared. Therefore, the falling star sect obtained the ice python's meat nearly 200 years ago. The seniors who had eaten the ice python's meat had already passed away. Those who were still alive, including the Grand Elder Lin Xiaofan, had never eaten the ice python's meat, let alone seen it. Yixing and Lin Tongyu knew about it only because the falling star sect's records of the falling star secret realm mentioned the existence of the ice python. Lin Tongyu looked reluctant and said in a regretful tone, "Sigh, this ice lotus is actually protected by the ice python. This is bad. We can see it, but we can't touch it. Unless we are a 5-star martial sage, how can we be qualified to compete with this ice python for the ice lotus?" What made Lin Tongyu even more depressed was that a 5-star martial sage was only qualified. It was not certain whether they could defeat the ice python and obtain the ice lotus. Yixing's mood was the complete opposite of Lin Tongyu's. His face was full of joy. For someone like him who loved delicious food, obtaining the tender meat of the crystal fire beast was already a great thing. It was like obtaining a priceless treasure. Now, there was another ice python in front of him. Yixing felt that this was simply a gift from the heavens. In his eyes, the ice python had already turned into a piece of delicious top-grade ingredient. In the next moment, Yixing rushed toward the ice python. Lin Tongyu was shocked. "Junior brother Yi, what are you doing? This ice python is equivalent to a 5-star martial sage." Lin Tongyu knew that Yixing's combat strength was very strong and could challenge those of a higher level. The reason why he could enter the Falling Star secret realm was that he had defeated the core disciple, Ma Ji. However, Ma Ji was only a 4-star martial sage, and this ice python was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. The strength of the two was not on the same level. Lin Tongyu did not think that Yixing, who was only a 3-star martial sage, could defeat the ice python, which was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. The ice python was an ice-type demonic beast. It was born to be proficient in the power of ice. Even human warriors of the same level were weaker than the ice python. Therefore, most of the 5-star martial sages were not comparable to the ice python. Only the strongest among the 5-star martial sages had the possibility of defeating the ice python. "Senior sister Lin, watch me kill this ice python. I'll treat you to its meat." Yixing laughed and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He used the surging undercurrent and dashed toward the ice python. Lin Tongyu looked at Yixing's back in surprise. She was extremely alert. Once Yixing was defeated, she would immediately rescue him. When the ice python appeared, it thought that it would scare away the two humans. However, it did not expect that a 3-star martial sage would take the initiative to attack it. It was furious. The ranks of demonic beasts were very strict. Yixing was a 3-star martial sage, and the ice python was equivalent to a 5-star martial sage. It was 2 levels higher than Yixing naturally. The ice python did not take Yixing seriously. The ice python, which was more than 10 feet long, let out a fierce hiss. It jumped and pounced toward Yixing. It opened its mouth and spat out a snow-white light. This was an icy current. Wherever it passed, the ice was covered with a layer of ice. It was extremely cold. If this icy current hit one's body, even a mid-level martial sage would shiver. Their blood would be cold and their muscles would be stiff. The icy current was like the wind. It did not have a fixed shape. Although Yixing's spear light scattered it, the icy current was pervasive. Many of the icy currents still passed through the spear light and pounced on Yixing's body. At this moment, Lin Tongyu's heart was in her throat. If Yixing could not withstand this icy current, he would be defeated by the ice python. He might even lose his life. Her worry was unnecessary. When the icy current pounced on Yixing's body, Yixing did not change at all. It was as if the icy current was just an ordinary cold wind. It did not affect Yixing at all. The star flame seed in Yixing's Dantian star vortex was very domineering and hot. It maintained the heat of Yixing's body at all times. When the icy current spat out by the ice python pounced on Yixing's body, it was evaporated by the star flame seed. The icy current of the ice python did not affect Yixing at all. However, Yixing's move, undercurrent surge, hit the ice python's body fiercely. The ice python was immediately sent flying dozens of meters away. Third update. I've been working hard. Can't I get more monthly votes? I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 239. Lin Tongyu's hanging heart finally settled down. Only then did she realize that Yixing was not affected by the cold before. Furthermore, when he pulled her, a warm current flowed from Yixing's hand, allowing her to ignore the cold as if it was nothing. How strange. His body is like a ball of fire. No wonder he's not afraid of the ice python's cold air. Lin Tongyu was surprised. Even so, Lin Tongyu did not think that there was a fire seed in Yixing's body. The fire seed was a legend in the Qingyun area. Lin Tongyu naturally would not think of such a non-existent legend for no reason. The ice python was sent flying. It was already injured. Its scales were broken and blood flowed out from where it was hit by the purple feather spear. However, this made the ice python even more ferocious. The frost python let out a shrill cry. Its huge body rolled over, and a huge snow-white tail whipped towards Yixing in an instant. Dark Spirit Spear. Facing the frost python's terrifying attack, Yixing didn't even take half a step back. Instead, he performed his ultimate skill and attacked the frost python. Boom! The Dark Spirit Spear art, which had surpassed the initial level, was extremely powerful. With a loud explosion, the ice python was sent flying again. This time, it was even more seriously injured than before. A huge wound appeared on its body. Blood dyed the ice python's snow-white body red. After being injured twice in a row, the ice python's ferociousness and pride were completely destroyed by Yixing. At this moment, it knew that the 3-star martial saint in front of it was extremely powerful. He had the ability to kill it. The ice python did not dare to fight anymore. It turned and ran. Although it was badly injured, the ice python was still as fast as the wind. In a flash, it reached the depths of the valley and drilled into the cave between the rocks. As long as it hid in the cave, it would be safe. However, Yixing's speed was beyond the ice python's imagination. Yixing used the heavenly bat steps and took a step forward. At the same time, he used the Dark Spirit Spear art's spiritual light flash. With the small mastery of the heavenly bat steps and the spirit light flash, Yixing drew a black line with the purple feather spear in his hand. It was like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Lin Tongyu only blinked once, and Yixing had already caught up with the frost python. The purple feather spear carried a dark spear light as it pierced through the frost python's vital point, nailing it to the ground. At this moment, the frost python's head was less than 3 meters away from the cave. With the frost python's speed, it would only take a tenth of a blink of an eye for it to enter the cave and escape. Unfortunately, it was no longer possible. The ice python's vital point was the purple feather spear. It was pierced through by the purple feather spear and suffered a fatal injury. Its body started to twist violently. The frost python's body twisted and struggled. Its strength was terrifying. However, the purple feather spear seemed to have taken root in the ground. No matter how the frost python struggled, it was in vain. As time went by, the frost python's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, it calmed down and died. Yixing killed the frost python without much effort. Speaking of which, the frost python's real strength was similar to that of an ordinary 5-star martial saint. It was powerful because of its powerful frost chi. 5-star martial saints were affected by the frost chi and had their strength reduced. That was why they were no match for it. Yixing had the star fire seed, which could suppress the frost python's frost chi. Without this advantage, the frost python was nothing in front of Yixing. It was no different from an ordinary 5-star martial saint. Naturally, it was defeated easily. Junior brother Yi, your strength has reached such a level. It seems that you didn't use all of your strength when you fought with Ma Ji. Lin Tongyu walked up to Yixing with a surprised look on her face. She looked at Yixing in a new light and said, although the ice python's cold air currents are useless against you, it is still a 5-star martial saint. You haven't even used your astrology yet. TSK. Lin Tongyu's tone became more surprised. With your current strength, you can't be in the top 10 of the core disciples, right? Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. According to the division of cultivation, he was an inner disciple. If he had the strength of the top 10 of the core disciples, it would be too unbelievable. Yixing only smiled at Lin Tongyu's question and did not answer. Top 10 of the core disciples? He, Yixing laughed in his heart. If he used all of his trump cards and strength, among the core disciples of Tianli, eldest senior brother Ma Ren could compete with him. Second senior brother Qi Jingyang and third senior brother Li Yuanqing were only in the middle and early stages of the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. Only Ma Ren was at the peak of the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. In Yixing's opinion, those who were not at the peak of the 6-star martial saint could not compete with him at all. Unless the opponent was also a martial arts genius who had the strength to challenge those at a higher level. Of course, Yixing's astrology was a secret. He could not reveal all of his trump cards in public. Therefore, his strength on the surface was much less than his real strength. However, this was only for the 6th-star martial saints. As for the 5th-star martial saints, even if Yixing did not use the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology, he was not afraid at all. Yixing skinned the frost python and then chopped off the frost python's flesh and bones piece by piece, storing them in his storage ring. The frost python was more than 10 zhang long and as thick as a water bucket. It weighed several thousand jin. The meat of the frost python was more tender than the meat of the 100 crystal fire beasts that Yixing had killed. This made him very happy. The fragrance of the ice lotus permeated the air. It was still in the process of ripening. If the ice lotus had really ripened, the fragrance would be restrained. Therefore, Yixing and Lin Tongyu would have to wait for a while before picking the ice lotus. The ice lotus had not completely ripened. And the 5th leaf had not completely formed. According to Yixing's observation, it would take more than an hour for the ice lotus to completely ripen. This gave Yixing and Lin Tongyu a bad feeling. In more than an hour, as long as the core disciples within 100 li of the ice lotus smelled the fragrance, they would be able to find this place. Although the two of them were the first to discover the ice lotus, the other martial sages in the secret realm were all disciples of the same sect. According to the name, the ice lotus should belong to Yixing and Lin Tongyu. However, Yixing and Lin Tongyu had not picked the ice lotus yet. If other disciples came here and insisted on taking a share, there would be no way around it. Indeed, after less than an hour, other disciples arrived. There were a total of 3 disciples, a 5-star martial sage and 2 4-star martial sages. Yixing had not been in the Falling Star sect for long and was not familiar with the core disciples. These 3 core disciples recognized him, but he did not recognize them. Lin Tongyu had grown up in the Falling Star sect and was very familiar with the 3. The 5-star martial sage was called Xueling. Among the core disciples, she was ranked 12th, slightly above average. Aside from the top 10, she was one of the strongest core disciples. The 2 4-star martial sages were called Chenhan and Chaozhua. They were the 2 core disciples ranked towards the bottom. Clearly, Xueling was the leader of the 3. It's indeed the ice lotus. It's the 5-leaf ice lotus. We're rich. This is a rare elixir that can raise the cultivation of a middle-rank martial sage. The 3 of them cheered when they saw the ice lotus. Senior sister Xue, senior brothers, junior brother Yixing and I found this ice lotus first. Seeing that Xueling and the other 2 only had eyes for the ice lotus, ignoring her and Yixing, Lin Tongyu walked toward the 3 of them. Ah. So junior sister Lin is here too. He. It's our fortune to find the ice lotus. Those who see it will get a share, those who see it will get a share. Xueling acted as if she had just discovered Lin Tongyu. She chuckled and said that those who see it will get a share, erasing the order of first come, first served. He. Junior sister Lin, those who see it will get a share. Those who see it will get a share. Chenhan and Chaozhua chuckled too. Lin Tongyu frowned. If she did not share the ice lotus with the three of them, the two sides would definitely fight. They were all senior brothers of the same sect. Lin Tongyu did not want to make everyone unhappy. Lin Tongyu paused and said, "Okay, the ice lotus has 5 leaves. The 5 of us will each get a leaf." "Hey, junior sister Lin, you're wrong. It should be 4 people, 5 leaves." Xueling put her hands behind her back and said arrogantly, "Each of you will get a leaf. I'm a 5-star martial sage, so I get 2. Senior sister Xue is right. Senior sister Xue is ranked the highest. She should get 2. Chen Han and Chao Zhuo said one after another. Yixing's eyebrows jumped and he squinted his eyes. Lin Tongyu was furious and said, "Senior sister Xue, what are you saying? Junior brother Yi and I found the ice lotus first. How can you exclude junior brother Yi?" Xueling glanced at Yixing indifferently and then looked at Lin Tongyu. She said, "Junior sister Lin, we core disciples will get the ice lotus. He is just an inner disciple. What right does he have to interfere?" "That's right. Core disciples are core disciples. Inner disciples are inner disciples. There is a difference between them. Inner disciples are not qualified to be on equal footing with core disciples. He will not get the ice lotus." Chen Han and Chao Zhuo said, supporting Xueling's words. They wanted to exclude Yixing from the group that would benefit. Yixing had entered the Fallen Star secret realm because he had defeated the core disciple Ma Ji. Although an inner disciple defeating a core disciple made the inner disciples very happy and excited, it also made the core disciples lose face and feel unhappy. Many of the core disciples hated Yixing. Xueling, Chen Han, and Chao Zhuo were all core disciples who hated Yixing. The ice lotus was precious. They could accept Lin Tongyu getting some benefits, but they were not willing to share it with Yixing. Even if Yixing was the one who found this ice lotus first, Xueling and the other 2 would not let Yixing obtain any benefits from the ice lotus. Lin Tongyu said angrily, "How can you do this? Although junior brother Yi is not a core disciple, he has the strength of a core disciple. How can you go back on your words? He is an inner disciple. He is not qualified." The 3 of them were very firm. Xueling said disdainfully, "Isn't he strong? I got 2 leaves. If he has the guts, he can snatch one from me." 4th update. Chapter 240. Lin Tongyu clenched her fist. "You. He. Yixing chuckled and interrupted Lin Tongyu. "Senior sister Lin, why are you so angry over something that doesn't exist? Did I say that I would give them a share of the ice lotus? I didn't. They won't even get a single strand of hair. It's just a fantasy. Don't take it seriously. What did you say? You dare to look down on us?" Xueling shouted angrily. The 3 of them were furious. Yixing's sharp gaze swept across the 3 of them. He said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I dare to look down on you?" Yixing came from Earth. Although he had completely integrated into the life of the Star Continent, his attitude towards the world had not changed. It was still the same as before. He maintained the fine traditions of the modern people of Earth. If people respected him, he would respect him tenfold. If people disrespected him, he would disrespect him tenfold. In the world where he lived in his previous life, there was no such thing as enduring humiliation. There was only, who was afraid of who in today's society? If you treat me as grass, then I'll treat you as an ant. Xueling, Chen Han, and Chao Zhuo were all ants in Yixing's eyes. There was no need to give face to ants. Lin Tongyu covered her mouth in shock. She did not expect that the amiable Yixing would have such a domineering side to him. Xueling and the other 2 were furious. Yixing's words were like a bomb in their chests. The 3 of them exploded with anger. You You're arrogant, you're arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to say that Senior Sister Shui is nothing? Senior Sister Shui can crush you with one finger. Shenhan and Chao Zhuo roared angrily like animals with their hair standing on end. However, no matter how angry they were, they did not dare to do anything to Yixing. They only dared to let Shui Ling do it. Yixing had defeated Ma Ji in front of everyone. Ma Ji was a 4-star martial sage, and his strength was top-notch. He was even stronger than Shenhan and Chao Zhuo. Shenhan and Chao Zhuo knew that they were not a match for Yixing. However, Shui Ling was different. Shui Ling was a 5-star martial sage. Furthermore, she was ranked 12th among the core disciples. Her strength was extraordinary. The two did not think that Yixing would be a match for Shui Ling. Shui Ling also didn't put Yixing in her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have treated Yixing like dirt. Shui Ling jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Today, I'm going to teach you, an inner disciple who doesn't know how to respect your status." While speaking, a silver spirit weapon spear appeared in Shui Ling's hand. She was actually also a spear expert. Thousand Mountains Fury. Then, Shui Ling roared. The spirit weapon silver spear shone brightly. She jumped up, held the spear with both hands, and smashed it down at Yixing. The spirit weapon silver spear had a bright spear light. When this spear smashed down, even a small hill in front of it would be smashed in half. A 5-star martial sage's attack was indeed extraordinary. Even if she didn't use the power of astrology, it was not something a 4-star martial sage could compare to. This spear, whether in the eyes of Lin Tongyu, Shenhan, or Chao Zhuo, was very terrifying. However, things were relative. In the eyes of Yixing, this spear had a different feeling. It was just so. The purple feather spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. It pierced out like lightning, and a pitch-black line flashed in the void. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Spiritual Light Flash. Before Shui Ling's spear smashed down, Yixing's spear had already pierced the shaft of the spear. Clang! There was an earth-shaking explosion. Under the attack of the purple feather spear, the spirit weapon silver spear instantly bent backward, turning into a crescent moon. In the blink of an eye, it was straight again. In this moment, Shui Ling was already like a cannonball, shooting backward. She had already spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The horn spear buzzed, shaking Shui Ling's arms until they were numb, and she almost lost feeling. Boom! Shui Ling flew out dozens of meters before falling to the ground. She crashed into an ice mountain, and the ground shattered. In an instant, countless ice shards and fragments flew in all directions. Lin Tongyu had seen Yixing kill the frost python and knew that Yixing was powerful. However, Shenhan and Chao Zhuo did not know. Their impression of Yixing's strength was still the result of Yixing defeating Ma Ji. At this moment, seeing Shui Ling being sent flying by Yixing and spitting out blood, they were instantly stunned. The two of them were simply petrified. Shui Ling was a 5-star martial saint, and Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. There was a difference of 2 realms between the two of them. In the Clear Sky region, there were very few martial saints who could challenge someone of a higher realm. Every one of them was a monstrous genius whose name resounded throughout the Clear Sky region. To challenge someone of 2 realms was rarely seen in the Clear Sky region, and there was only one person in the world. Yixing had defeated Shui Ling in one move. This was even more shocking than fighting someone 2 realms above him. Defeating an opponent in one move meant that there was an enormous disparity in strength between the two sides. It meant that the one who attacked was much stronger than the one who lost. This was simply unbelievable. Because of this, Shenhan and Chao Zhuo were petrified, unwilling to believe the truth. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, Shenhan and Chao Zhuo finally reacted. They looked at Yixing in horror and retreated. Yixing withdrew his spear and stood upright. Looking at Xiaofan and Chaozhua, he said indifferently, "Take that core senior sister and get out of the sight of this inner disciple." Xiaofan and Chaozhua's faces were burning. They had always been proud of their identity as core disciples, but now, this pride had been trampled under the soles of Yixing's feet. As core disciples, being beaten by Yixing, an inner disciple, was simply a disgrace. However, after witnessing Yixing's strength, they did not dare to stay. They took the injured Xueling and fled. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Lin Tongyu walked over. "Junior brother Yi, I really did not expect you to have such a temper." Yixing withdrew his purple feather spear and smiled. "Senior sister Lin, you won't blame me for doing wrong, right?" Lin Tongyu shook her head and said, "They were wrong first. Junior brother Ye's reaction is normal. First it was the ice python, then it was Xueling and the other two. They were all defeated by junior brother Yi. This ice lotus was completely protected by junior brother Yi alone. I was purely basking in your glory." "Ah." Yixing waved his hand and interrupted Lin Tongyu's words. "We discovered the ice lotus together, so everyone who saw it should have a share. This has nothing to do with strength. In fact, if the three of them were polite and reasonable, and each of the five of them got a leaf, I wouldn't have disagreed and chased them away. But, they don't want to share any benefits with me, so I naturally can't let them get any benefits." Lin Tongyu shrugged and said, "If they heard junior brother Ye's words, I'm afraid their intestines would turn green with regret." Yixing smiled faintly. After a few breaths, his expression suddenly became serious. "Someone else is coming." There was still less than an hour before the five-leaf ice lotus fully matured. Within 100 miles, it was obvious that Xueling and the other two were not the only ones. As long as they smelled the fragrance, they would have enough time to find this place. Lin Tongyu followed Yixing's gaze. Sure enough, there were two disciples on an ice mountain a few miles away. They were looking in this direction and then walking over. Lin Danyu's gaze turned and she pointed to the left, exclaiming, "There are also two people coming over there." Yixing nodded. He had already found out. Calculating the time, as long as there were people within 100 miles of the ice lotus, no matter how far away they would be able to get here by now. Apart from these four people, there should not be any other disciples coming over. After seeing the four people clearly, Lin Tongyu's expression immediately turned ugly. She sent a voice transmission to Yixing, "Junior brother Yi, the people coming are not easy to deal with. The two in front are a 5-star martial saint called Gong Yunxiu and a 4-star martial saint called Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is a 4-star martial saint and is not a threat to you. However, Gong Yunxiu is a late 5th-star martial saint and is ranked 7th among the top 10 core disciples. She is very strong. As for the two disciples on the left, they are even harder to deal with. The 5-star martial saint behind them is called Wuxia. His ranking is lower than Xueling's, so he is not a threat. However, the one in front is a powerful character called Wuchenggang. He is ranked 5th among the core disciples. Among the 5-star martial saints, he is only second to the 4th, He Hongjiao. As for the top 3, they are all 6-star martial saints. Hearing this, Yixing nodded faintly. He did not look nervous at all. Chapter 241. Even He Hongjiao, who was ranked 4th, was killed by him. Yixing was naturally not afraid of the 5th and 7th core disciples. Yixing raised his head toward an iceberg a few miles to the right and said, "Those 3 fellows haven't left yet. It seems that they want to watch a good show. He. I'm afraid they will be disappointed." "Disappointed? How so?" Yixing's answer confused Lin Tongyu. She looked toward the iceberg that Yixing pointed to. Sure enough, Xueling and the other two were standing on the hillside, looking at them from afar. Immediately, Lin Tongyu's eyes lit up. She understood the meaning of Yi Xing's words. Although she was still worried, Yi Xing's confidence encouraged her. She trusted Yi Xing's judgment. On the iceberg in the distance, Xue Ling and the other two were looking at the valley where the Ice Lotus Valley was located. Xue Ling clenched her fists. Her face was filled with hatred. Senior sister Gong and senior brother Wu are also nearby. It seems that we are destined to have no chance of getting the Ice Lotus. However, if we can't get it, that kid won't get it either. Humph. He drove us away. Now, someone will drive him away. This is retribution. Senior sister Xue is right. Senior brother Wu is not an easy person to talk to. That kid is going to suffer. I want to see that kid get crushed by senior brother Wu with my own eyes. Hee hee. Shen Han and Chao Zhuo sneered. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Gong Yunxiu led Lin Yuan and Wu Chenggang led Wu Xiaofan. The two teams soon arrived at the valley where the Ice Lotus Valley was located. Seeing the five-leaf ice lotus, they were pleasantly surprised like Xue Ling and the other two. Huh. It's actually the five-leaf ice lotus. Great. This is great. I will become a 6-star martial saint soon. At that time, I can challenge Li Yuanqing and Qi Jingyang and fight for the top 3. Ha ha ha. Wu Chenggang looked at the five-leaf ice lotus and laughed. He was in a good mood. Obviously, Wu Chenggang had already regarded the five-leaf ice lotus as his. Senior martial brother Wu, this five-leaf ice lotus doesn't belong to you alone. Everyone who sees it has a share. Junior martial sister also has a share. Gong Yunxiu said sweetly. Wu Chenggang was startled, and greed flashed in his eyes. How could he be willing to share a share of the five-leaf ice lotus with someone else? However, Gong Yunxiu's strength was not weak either. She was ranked 7th among the core disciples, not much weaker than him. If he said that he wanted to take the five-leaf ice lotus flower for himself, it would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of everyone present. If Gong Yunxiu gave the order and led everyone to attack him, he would not be her opponent. Thinking of this, Wu Chenggang chuckled and said, Junior martial sister Gong's share is naturally indispensable. However, don't talk nonsense about everyone getting a share. The five-leaf ice lotus only has 5 leaves. If everyone gets a share, the leaves would have to be split up. Wouldn't that destroy the treasure? Why don't we split it between the two of us? Gong Yunxiu nodded. All right. We'll split the five-leaf ice lotus flower equally. Senior martial brother Wu is stronger, so he gets 3 out of the 5 leaves. I get 2. In addition, the root of the ice lotus flower will be given to junior martial sister as compensation. How about it? Wu Chenggang laughed coldly and said, Junior martial sister Gong, you also know that I'm stronger. You're splitting it too evenly. Out of the 5 leaves, I get 4, you get 1, and the root of the ice lotus flower. Gong Yunxiu's face turned green. Although the root of the ice lotus flower was a very good medicinal ingredient, its value was far from the leaves. She was ranked 7th among the core disciples, only 2 ranks away from Wu Chenggang. However, she only got 1 leaf of the ice lotus flower. Of course, she would not be satisfied. Gong Yunxiu's sweet voice turned cold. Senior martial brother Wu, your appetite is a little too big. 1 person gets 4 leaves. Can you handle it? Wu Chenggang smiled and said, if you don't agree to this condition, I think junior martial brother Wu will agree. Junior martial brother Wu, do you want a leaf of the ice lotus flower? Aside from Wu Chenggang and Gong Yunxiu, only Wu Xiaofan was a 5-star martial sage. In Wu Chengang's opinion, if he worked with Wu Xiaofan, he could suppress Gong Yunxiu while Wu Xiaofan could suppress the other 3. If Wu Chenggang and Gong Yunxiu worked together, Wu Xiaofan would not benefit at all. Now that he heard that Wu Chenggang wanted to work with him, his eyes immediately lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Gong Yunxiu's expression changed. She compromised with Wu Chenggang. If the two of them worked together, she would only get one leaf. She was not satisfied. If she did not compromise, if Wu Chenggang and Wu Xiaofan worked together, she might not even get a leaf. This made Gong Yunxiu feel very conflicted. Yi Xing, who was at the side, could not help but find it funny. It looked like these people were the same as Xueling and the other two, not putting him in their eyes. This was indeed the case. Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji. Among the inner disciples, his fame was like the sky. However, compared to the top 10 core disciples, defeating Ma Ji was nothing. Wu Chenggang was ranked 5th, and Gong Yunxiu was ranked 7th. How could the two of them put Yi Xing in their eyes? Gong Yunxiu was conflicted. The idea of compromising with Wu Chenggang prevailed. Getting one leaf was better than nothing. She was about to answer Wu Chenggang when Yi Xing's voice sounded from the side, "Senior brothers and sisters, I have a way to decide who gets the 5-leaf ice lotus." Everyone's attention was attracted by the voice, and they all looked at Yi Xing. Wu Chengang's face was filled with disdain. "What can you do?" The others also had disdainful expressions. They did not have a good impression of this inner disciple who defeated a core disciple. Yi Xing did not mind their gazes, and said, "The 5-leaf ice lotus is a peerless elixir that can increase one's cultivation. However, no one knows how many leaves one can eat to increase one's cultivation. Different cultivations require different amounts of leaves. If one needs to eat 5 leaves to increase one's cultivation, then it should be given to one person. Otherwise, it would be a waste. In my opinion, the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus." As soon as Yi Xing finished speaking, the disdain on Wu Chengang's face disappeared. His impression of Yi Xing changed instantly. "Look at what he said, the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus. This brat is too good with words, too good at flattering me." Wu Chenggang laughed happily, and said, "Junior brother Yi is right. The 5-leaf ice lotus is a precious treasure. If it is wasted, one will be struck by lightning. Therefore, it must only be given to one person. We can compete and see who is the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus. This is the most fair method of distribution." Wu Chenggang was willing, but Gong Yunxiu was not. The two of them were the most likely to get the 5-leaf ice lotus. If they were to compete to decide, Gong Yunxiu believed that she would lose more than she would win against Wu Chenggang. Of course, she was not willing to accept this method of distribution. As for the other disciples, it was impossible to divide it evenly. The benefits would not fall on them, so they could divide it however they wanted. Without waiting for Gong Yunxiu to object, Yi Xing said, "We are all disciples of the same sect. Whoever gets the 5-leaf ice lotus is something to be happy about. Therefore, the most important thing is that the 5-leaf ice lotus cannot be wasted. Wasting is shameful. Wasting a treasure is the most shameful thing. I firmly agree that the strongest person will get the 5-leaf ice lotus." Wu Chenggang beamed with joy. Looking at Yi Xing, he nodded repeatedly and said, "I also firmly agree." After saying that, Wu Chenggang secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Xing, "Good brat, follow senior brother in the future. In the you will definitely not be bullied." Hearing this, Yi Xing was speechless and almost burst out laughing. Naturally, Lin Tongyu would not expose Yi Xing. She said, "I also agree." Wu Chenggang glared at Wu Xiaofan. Wu Xiaofan was usually close to Wu Chenggang and followed his lead. Naturally, she also quickly agreed. Of the 6 people present, 4 agreed. The remaining 2 people, Gong Yunxiu and Lin Yuan, could not object. "Wu Chenggang, we haven't fought in a long time. Don't think that you can beat me just because you are ranked 5th. Since her objection was ineffective, Gong Yunxiu could only agree. Her attitude towards Wu Chenggang immediately became firm. Although Wu Chenggang was very confident in his own strength, he would not underestimate Gong Yunxiu. Their ranks and cultivations were very close. He was indeed not 100% confident that he could beat Gong Yunxiu. However, his cultivation was higher and his ranking was higher. In terms of winning, he was still much higher than Gong Yunxiu. He was very confident in defeating Gong Yunxiu. Wu Qinggang clenched his fists, twisted his body, and stretched his arms. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. He raised his chin towards Gong Yunxiu. "Come on, junior sister Gong. Let your senior brother see how strong you are now." Chapter 242. Gong Yunxiu took out a white bone whip and lashed it at Wu Qinggang without saying anything. This bone whip was made from the bone of a cartilage snake, which was equivalent to a 4-star martial saint. It was made from spirit metal and was a high-grade low-grade spirit weapon. Gong Yunxiu's white cloud whip technique was extraordinary. Her cartilage spirit whip swept up countless whirlwinds and attacked Wu Qinggang from all directions. Junior sister Gong's white cloud whip technique has improved a lot, but senior brother's black water dragon fist has also improved. He tremble under the power of senior brother's fist. Facing the layers of whip shadows, Wu Qingang's expression was normal. He shouted loudly and a stream of energy rushed out from his body. The surrounding space shook and his power reached its peak. Boom! Wu Qinggang punched out and his fist radiance shot out. It was like a huge black dragon that rushed out dozens of feet. The huge black dragon rippled like water. It was a type of water martial technique and its power was endless. Wu Qinggang had grasped the essence of the fist technique. The power in his fist radiance was shocking and unstoppable. Wherever the black dragon fist radiance passed, the ground cracked and ice splashed. All the whip shadows were destroyed. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Wu Qinggang attacked as fast as lightning. Black water dragon fist, one punch after another, the whip shadows in all directions were dispersed by him. In an instant, he had gained the upper hand. His fist aura was like a dancing black dragon, suppressing Gong Yunxiu and forcing her to retreat. Gong Yunxiu was shocked. The difference in strength between her and Wu Qinggang was much greater than the last time they had fought. Whoosh! A stream of starlight rushed out from Gong Yunxiu's forehead and turned into a huge star that floated in the sky. This was a star with mountains and rivers. It contained an extremely strong power of the stars. In an instant, it caused Gong Yunxiu's strength to increase by several times. Pa! The whip lashed out and the void exploded. It was like a long spear that wanted to split everything in front of it into two. The black dragon fist radiance was shattered by the cartilage spirit whip. Gong Yunxiu used the power of astrology and instantly turned the tables. However, her expression didn't turn for the better. She was very clear that her advantage was only temporary. Wu Qingang's constellation wasn't any weaker than hers. As long as Wu Qinggang used his constellation, she would be defeated without a doubt. Wu Qinggang obviously didn't want to be entangled with Gong Yunxiu any longer. A ray of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He immediately used his astrology. A star covered by a vast ocean appeared in the sky above Wu Qinggang. Superior astrology, water star. In terms of astrology, Wu Qinggang was even better than Gong Yunxiu. Water-type astral energy descended and enveloped Wu Qinggang, increasing the power of his black water dragon fist. Boom! Wu Qinggang punched out, and the fist light shot out for dozens of feet. Everything in front of him was destroyed by Wu Qinggang. Boom! 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 Each of Wu Qingang's punches was more powerful than the last. In less than 10 punches, Gong Yunxiu was completely defeated. All of the whip shadows were broken. The soft bone spirit whip was hit by a punch and almost flew out of her hand. Gong Yunxiu quickly admitted defeat. Senior brother Wu, I really didn't expect your strength to improve so much. It seems like He Hongjia won't be able to sit firmly in the 4th place. After admitting defeat, Gong Yunxiu complimented Wu Chenggang. Wu Chenggang laughed and was in a very good mood. He said, "The fourth place is nothing. I've obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, and I'll be able to break through to the 6th level of the star vortex realm soon. I might even reach the 6th level of the star vortex realm in one fell swoop. At that time, I'll fight for the top 3 and the first place." Ha ha ha. Gong Yunxiu said sweetly, "Then I'll congratulate Senior Brother Wu first. Maybe I'll have to call you Senior Brother Wu in the future." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Wu Chenggang laughed happily. What Gong Yunxiu said was exactly what he was thinking. Good talent is not as good as good luck. With the 5-leaf ice lotus, anything is possible. Huh. Gong Yunxiu threw a flirtatious glance at Wu Chenggang, and said, "Senior Martial Brother Wu, you can try later and see how many leaves you can use to break through your cultivation. If there are any leftovers, can you give me a leaf? I will be extremely grateful." Wu Chengang's smile froze for a moment before he laughed again. However, he restrained himself and said, "We'll see. To break through to the 6th level of the star vortex realm and reach the 6th level of the star vortex realm, the 6th level of the star vortex realm, the 6th level of the star vortex realm, or even the 6th level of the star vortex realm," Wu Chenggang was not willing to give a leaf to Gong Yunxiu. Gong Yunxiu could tell that Wu Chengang's words were perfunctory, and she didn't feel good about it. However, Wu Chenggang had obtained this opportunity. In the future, he would either be first or second amongst the core disciples. Gong Yunxiu still had to force a smile and get closer to Wu Chenggang. Yixing had been standing at the side, watching the two fight and talking. When they finished talking, he walked towards Wu Chenggang. "Junior Brother Yi." Wu Chenggang saw Yixing and was in a good mood. He waved at Yixing and said, "Since your duel with Zhen Prison Temple, I've been paying attention to you. You're very good. Although your talent is not good, there's nothing to say about other aspects. You're a rare talent. Huh. If you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. Junior Brother Ye's problems are my problems." As Wu Chenggang spoke, he patted his chest with a thumping sound. When Gong Yunxiu saw Wu Chengang's attitude towards Yixing, she couldn't help but feel regret. "If I had known earlier, I would have given him the 5-leaf ice lotus. He would definitely be very grateful to me. If I had any difficulties in the future, he would definitely help me." Sigh, in the end, Yixing got it. Wu Qiufeng and Lin Yuan were also envious of the relationship between Yixing and Wu Chenggang. Only Lin Tongyu couldn't bear to look at it. She turned her head to the side and laughed secretly. She knew very well why Yixing had proposed this method of distribution. She also knew what Yixing wanted to do now. However, Wu Chenggang still thought that Yixing was flattering him and hugging his thigh. The more Lin Tongyu thought about it, the more she found it funny. Yixing looked at Wu Chengang's excitement and was speechless. It made it difficult for him to say what he wanted to say next. However, he still had to say what he wanted to say. The 5-leaf ice lotus could allow him to break through the 4th level of the celestial vortex realm immediately and become a mid-level martial saint. Yixing stopped a few dozen feet away from Wu Chenggang and said, "Senior Brother Wu, I think you're celebrating too early. The 5-leaf ice lotus hasn't been given to you yet." Wu Chenggang was so excited that he didn't understand Yixing's meaning. He said, "No rush, no rush. It'll mature soon. Sooner or later, it will be in my hands." Huh. Yixing rolled his eyes and said, "I mean, maybe someone else will challenge you." Wu Chenggang waved his hand. He looked past Yixing and scanned the others. He said loudly, "Who? Who else dares to challenge me?" "No. No, Senior Brother Wu." Wu Qiufeng and Lin Yuan hurriedly said. Lin Tongyu looked to the other side. Obviously, she had no intention of challenging Wu Chenggang. Wu Chengang's mouth cracked open. He wanted to laugh and say, "Look, who dares to challenge me? However, when his gaze fell on Yixing, he saw Yixing pointing at him. Yixing said, for example, what about me? Wu Qinggang was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Other than Lin Tongyu, the others were also stunned. Then, they laughed like Wu Qinggang. Yixing shrugged speechlessly. Is it that funny? It's funny. Your joke is too funny, ha ha ha. Wu Qinggang was still laughing. However, when he looked at Yixing's serious face and laughed, Wu Qinggang felt that something was amiss. His voice gradually became softer. In the end, Wu Qinggang stopped laughing and looked at Yixing in confusion. Junior brother Yi, you're not serious, are you? Yixing nodded with a serious expression. It's true, senior brother Wu. The 5-leaf ice lotus belongs to me. No one can take it away from me. The others who were still laughing stopped at that moment. They looked at Yixing in shock. They did not understand what was going on. The 5-leaf ice lotus belongs to you? Bah! Wu Qingang's impression of Yixing took a turn for the worse. He thought that Yixing was flattering him, but it turned out that he was self-righteous. Yixing's plan was for him. He, Wu Qinggang, was just a chess piece in Yixing's plan. Wu Qinggang, who finally figured it out, was furious. He said angrily, "You're just an inner disciple. Do you think you have the strength to challenge me, Wu Qinggang, just because you defeated Ma Ji? Bah! You're just an ant in my eyes. I'll stomp you to death 1,000,000 times over." Yixing's expression was normal. He was neither happy nor irritated. He said calmly, "Senior brother Wu, what if the ant in your eyes defeated you? What would you be then?" End of 4th update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 243. As he spoke, Yixing raised his hand and the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. In an instant, his aura became dignified and majestic like a mountain. With the purple feather spear in his hand, Yixing's aura changed greatly. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Even Wu Qinggang, who regarded Yixing as an ant, was stunned at this moment and revealed a trace of seriousness. He could feel that Yixing in front of him was an expert. However, Wu Qingang's confidence was indestructible. Even though Yixing was stronger than he had imagined, Wu Qinggang did not think that Yixing would be a match for him. There was a difference of 2 realms between their cultivations. Wu Qinggang smiled coldly and said, "Very good. Yixing, you are also a rare person. Your ability to challenge those of a higher realm is indeed extraordinary. However, don't let your confidence get to your head. Even if your strength is comparable to a 5-star martial saint, it is not worth mentioning in front of me, Wu Qinggang. I will let you know the difference between an ordinary 5-star martial saint and a peak 5-star martial saint." Yixing's expression was indifferent. If we are comparing words, there is indeed a difference between us. Gong Yunxiu and the rest were stunned. Lin Tongyu, on the other hand, burst out laughing. Only now did she realize that Yixing's mouth was not inferior to his heaven-defying strength. Wu Qinggang was enraged and roared, "You are courting death." As he spoke, Wu Qingang's aura had already condensed to the extreme. He activated the Black Water Dragon Fist and punched out. The fist radiance was world-shocking. It turned into a huge black dragon and instantly rushed out dozens of feet. There was a sharp piercing sound in the air. On the ground below, earth and rocks were sent flying. Just the friction of the force at the edge of the collision had already created a deep trench. The power of this punch was shocking and unstoppable. Wu Qingang's goal was obvious. In his rage, he wanted to knock out Yixing with a single punch and inflict heavy injuries on him, carving a painful memory into Yixing that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Gong Yunxiu and the others were gloating. Wu Qin had used his full strength right from the start. Even a 5-star martial sage would not be able to block his punch. Even Gong Yunxiu, who was a late-level 5-star martial sage, had to use her astrology to block his punch. In their opinion, Yixing would surely be defeated by Wu Chengang's punch. Even Lin Tongyu, who had a better understanding of Yixing's strength, was shocked when she saw Wu Chengang's unparalleled punch. She began to worry for Yixing. Compared to Wu Chengang's punch, the frost python's strength was several levels weaker. Yixing's ability to defeat the frost python was nothing. In the face of this unparalleled fist, the only person who remained calm was Yixing himself. His expression was calm, his eyes were emotionless, the purple feather spear in his hand pierced out like lightning. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The purple feather spear shot out a dark spear radiance that contained the power of darkness. It caused the surroundings of the spear radiance to turn dark instantly. The entire space was shrouded in darkness. The spear radiance pierced through and struck the black dragon. The fist radiance instantly shattered and splashed in all directions. The black dragon was like a snake that had been stabbed at its weak point. It twisted and quickly disappeared without a trace. Yixing's spear had completely destroyed Wu Chengang's unparalleled punch. Wu Chenggang was stunned. Gong Yunxiu and the others were also stunned. Lin Tongyu's nervousness instantly turned into joy. Her eyes were filled with shock. She was also stunned. Yixing did not use the power of astrology, but he had easily broken Wu Chengang's attack. His strength had far exceeded their expectations. Especially Gong Yunxiu, her eyes were filled with disbelief. She had to use the power of astrology to block this punch. Didn't this mean that her strength was inferior to Yixing's? Wu Chengang's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that your attainment in the dark spirit spear art has reached such a level. Unfortunately, the punch just now was just an ordinary move from the black water dragon fist. Now, I will use the real ultimate move. Let's see how you block it." Yixing smiled faintly. "If you only use your mouth and not your hands, it would indeed be difficult for me to block it." Lin Tongyu laughed again. Although Yixing did not talk as much as Wu Chenggang, in terms of attack power, he was far superior. Indeed, Yixing's mood had been calm and unaffected. Wu Chenggang, on the other hand, was enraged by Yixing. Blackwater Dragon Fist, dragon annihilates the world. Wu Chenggang roared, almost roaring. His voice, which contained the celestial essence, shook the surrounding void, causing ripples to appear one after another. Boom 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chenggang punched 7 times in a row. 7 black water dragons rushed out almost at the same time, each letting out a dragon cry, their power shaking the sky. In the next water chamber, the 7 black water dragons all rushed toward Yixing. In the instant before the attack, the 7 dragons combined into one, and their might increased explosively by 7 times. They transformed into a huge black dragon that was hundreds of feet long, and it really did possess the terrifying might to destroy everything in its path. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing's expression was still calm, but in his heart, he was extremely afraid of Wu Chengang's dragon annihilates the world. Therefore, he used the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear Art to block it. The Dark Spirit Spear was almost a spear of destruction. Once this move was used, dozens of feet in front of it would be razed to the ground. If it met a mountain, it would break a mountain. If it met a stone, it would break a stone. If it met a god, it would kill a god. If it met a Buddha, it would kill a Buddha. It was similar to the terrifying power of the dragon annihilates the world, which destroyed everything in front of it. However, the Dark Spirit Spear Art was a middle-grade spiritual martial art, while the Blackwater Dragon Fist was a low-grade spiritual martial art. Moreover, Yixing's Dark Spirit Spear Art had reached the initial stage, and he had gone far in the initial stage. In terms of the power of martial arts, Wu Chengang's black water dragon fist had not reached perfection, so it was naturally inferior. Not to mention, Yixing's spear art also contained the power of darkness, which made the dark spirit spear art even more terrifying. However, Wu Chengang also had his strong points. That was, his cultivation was as high as the peak of the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm. His celestial essence was much more powerful than Yixing's. The power of martial arts depended on one's attainment and the strength of the celestial essence. Yixing and Wu Chengang each had advantages in these two aspects. In comparison, the final power of the two ultimate moves reached a relatively equal level. If there was a need to determine who was better, Yixing was better because of the power of darkness. Boom, the dark spirit spear art, dragon destroyer of the world. The two ultimate moves collided, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The ground between Yixing and Wu Chengang instantly exploded into a huge pit. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and the violent airflow burst out in all directions, forming a circle of impact ripples. Lin Tongyu, Gong Yunxiu, and the others kept retreating, looking shocked. In the blink of an eye, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the two figures. Yixing stood still with his spear, like a mountain. He stood in the same place and did not retreat half a step. On the other hand, Wu Chengang was a little embarrassed. He took a few steps back to dissolve the terrifying impact. His eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that he would be at a disadvantage after using his ultimate move. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Divine Light Flash. This time, Yixing did not give Wu Chengang a chance to talk nonsense. The super brain scanned, and the smoke and dust did not affect his vision. The purple feather spear shot out a black spear aura, piercing towards Wu Chengang in a flash. Wu Chengang's hair stood on end. The sharp aura made his heart ache. If the spear hit him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh, the spear was fierce, and Wu Chengang did not dare to take it head-on. He immediately retreated. Divine Light Flash. Yixing's spear missed, so he struck again. He fought speed with speed, and it was still the Divine Light Flash that focused on extreme speed. The spear aura was like black lightning, cutting through the void in an instant. A ray of starlight shot out from between Wu Chengang's brows, forming a planet covered in water that floated in the air. Superior Astrology, Water Star. Under Yixing's attack, Wu Chengang took the initiative to use the power of astrology. In an instant, endless water star power fell and enveloped Wu Chengang. His black water dragon fist's power exploded. Boom, Wu Chengang punched out, and the black dragon roared out, baring its fangs and claws. The black spear aura was dispersed by the black dragon fist. Yixing felt the purple feather spear in his hand shake violently. A huge force hit him, and his body flew backward. He was pushed back by Wu Chengang's punch. Boom! Boom 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 boom, Wu Chen had just gained the upper hand, and he was not going to let his opponent off. He continuously threw out the black water dragon fists. Each punch was faster than the last, and the power of each punch was earth-shattering. Everywhere he hit, dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew into the air. Heavenly Bat Steps. Wu Chengang's power was at its peak, and Yixing could not compete with him. He moved at full speed, and like a phantom, he shuttled through the void and changed his position, dodging his opponent's attacks one by one. I plan to update 5 times today. 3 more monthly votes, and I'll be in the top 50. Looking forward to it. Chapter 244. With the super brain scanning, Yixing could see Wu Chengang's every move clearly. He was always able to predict his opponent's moves. In addition, he had the heavenly bat steps that had merged with the wind force. He was indeed as fast as lightning. Although Wu Chengang's attacks were fierce, he could not do anything to Yixing. Although Wu Chengang had the upper hand, he did not look happy. He had relied on the power of the astrology to gain the upper hand. Even so, he could not defeat Yixing quickly. If Yixing also used the power of the astrology, wouldn't the situation be even worse? Gong Yunxiu and the others had the same thought. From the looks of it, Yixing was almost certain to win. They had never expected this result. Yixing was only a 3-star martial saint. It was unbelievable that he had such heaven-defying strength. In the distance, Xueling, Shenhan, and Chao Zhuo were also shocked. They were petrified on the spot like statues. They had been waiting to see the scene of Yixing being taught a lesson by Wu Chenggang. Unfortunately, the scene they saw was beyond their expectations. Yixing was much stronger than they had imagined. When they thought of how they had looked down on Yixing and wanted to take away Yixing's ice lotus, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Time passed second by second. Soon, Wu Chenggang had thrown dozens of punches. Although Yixing had always dodged Wu Chengang's attacks and counterattacked from time to time, he was always at a disadvantage. He did not use the astrology to turn the tables. This made everyone puzzled. Could it be that Yixing's astrology was a useless astrology? Using it was the same as not using it, so he did not use it? With Yixing's heaven-defying battle prowess, his horoscope shouldn't be too bad. On the contrary, his mandate of heaven was low, but he rose quickly on the path of martial arts. He should have a good horoscope. However, Yixing was at a disadvantage and was unable to make a comeback. It was suspicious that he had not used his astrology for a long time. Everyone recalled that ever since Yixing had broken through to the martial saint realm and become an inner disciple, he had fought against Zhenqiu Temple and Ma Ji. In every battle, Yixing had never used the power of his astrology. Lin Tongyu, in particular, had witnessed Yixing killing the frost python and fighting Xueling without using the power of astrology. A martial saint who had never used his astrology in battle and was at a disadvantage without being able to turn the tables around. Perhaps the only explanation for this was that his astrology was useless. He must have a useless astrology, he must have a useless astrology. If that's the case, senior brother Wu will win for sure and Yixing will lose for sure. On the distant ice mountain, Xueling couldn't help but cheer when she saw that Yixing hadn't used his astrological power for a long time. When she thought of Yixing's defeat, the gloominess on her face disappeared and was replaced by joy. In the ice mountain valley, Lin Tongyu gradually frowned, while Gong Yunxiu and the others couldn't help but sigh. Whether Yixing or Wu Chenggang had obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, it had nothing to do with them. However, they wanted to see Yixing, a 3-star martial saint, defeat Wu Chenggang, a peak 5-star martial saint. Seeing that Yixing was about to lose, they sighed. 50 moves. 100 moves. 150 moves. Although Yixing was at a disadvantage, his lightness skill was outstanding. Coupled with the super brain scanning Wu Chenggang, he could predict his opponent's moves and always managed to dodge Wu Chengang's killing moves at the last moment. It seemed dangerous, but in fact, it was safe. After more than 150 moves, he was not completely defeated. It was a miracle in itself to be able to persist for so long when he was at a disadvantage. It was amazing. Moreover, people couldn't help but speculate that if the fight went on like this, Yixing would use his lightness skill to dodge and only counterattack from time to time. His celestial essence consumption would be low, so he could maintain it for a long time. Wu Chengang's moves were fierce and powerful, but his celestial essence consumption was high. If the fight went on for a long time, and Yixing was not defeated, wouldn't Wu Chenggang be exhausted to death? Although Wu Chengang's celestial essence was very rich, it would take him at least 1,000 moves to exhaust his celestial essence. However, if Yixing was not defeated, it was possible. Of course, this was just a guess. Wu Chenggang was not stupid enough to attack desperately until his celestial essence was exhausted. At a certain point, he would stop attacking and switch to defense, slowing down his consumption. In this way, he would be in an invincible position. Therefore, it was impossible to defeat Wu Chenggang in a battle of attrition. Thinking about it carefully, since there was no chance of winning, it was better to admit defeat early. Of course, this was the idea of Gong Yunxiu and the others, not Yixing. Yixing's thoughts, of course, were not something that people like them could understand. During the fight, Yixing had been paying attention to the state of the five-leaf ice lotus. After 150 moves, the five-leaf ice lotus was about to mature. Wu Chengang's attack speed is very fast. In this state, it's very suitable for him to cultivate the heavenly bat steps. It's a pity that the five-leaf ice lotus is about to mature. This battle cannot be dragged on any longer. Yixing secretly said in his heart. It turned out that the reason why Yixing had been fighting with Wu Chenggang using his movement technique was not to stall for time, nor to compete with Wu Chengang's consumption, but to improve his attainments in the heavenly bat steps. If Wu Chenggang knew that Yixing treated him as a sparring partner during the fight, he would be so ashamed that he would dig a hole and hide in it on the spot. The five-leaf ice lotus is about to mature. The outcome of their fight has not been decided yet. Who does the five-leaf ice lotus belong to? Do they have to divide it equally? Yixing was not the only one paying attention to the five-leaf ice lotus. The spectators were all talking about it. At this moment, Wu Chengang's attack suddenly became more violent. He wanted to get the five-leaf ice lotus. He wanted to defeat Yixing before the five-leaf ice lotus was fully mature. However, at this moment, a scene that exceeded everyone's expectations appeared. Wuxia ray of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. Yixing had used the power of his astrology. Everyone who had suspected Yixing to be a useless astrologer was dumbfounded. It turned out that Yixing's astrology was not useless. In fact, it was not weak at all. It was a fire attribute astrology and seemed to be a superior astrology, earth-fire star. Once the flaming astrology was released, Yixing's astral power surged. The purple feather spear stabbed out. Not only was there a dark spear light, there was also a layer of illusory flame. This layer of illusory flame not only contained the power of the flaming astrology, but also the power of the star fire seed in Yixing's dantian and the power of fire. It was the same spear move, but with the addition of three powerful forces, Yixing's strength skyrocketed and reached an extremely terrifying level. Boom! Wherever the purple feather spear passed, nothing could stop it. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The black dragon fist light suddenly became fragile under the purple feather spear and was easily torn apart. The spear light shot out and the spear shadows were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon fist light that filled the sky was completely destroyed. Then, one after another, the spear light came from all directions and attacked Wu Chenggang, launching a counterattack. Wu Chengang's expression instantly turned to shock and there was a trace of fear. He never expected that Yixing not only had an astrology that was not inferior to his, but also that his strength after using the astrology had become so terrifying. The increase in strength was much higher than when he used the water star astrology. Yixing had comprehended the power of fire and had the fire seed. Together with the flaming astrology, his strength had skyrocketed. Naturally, this was not something that Wu Chengang's water star astrology could compare to. Puff! When the spear shadows fell, Wu Chenggang spat out blood and shot backward. His body was covered in blood and there were several terrifying wounds. He was already seriously injured. If these wounds were in vital areas, Wu Chenggang would have died. Obviously, it was not that Yixing could not attack Wu Chengang's vital areas, but that he had been merciful. Wu Chenggang fell to the ground far away and let out a painful groan. His body rolled a few times before stopping. He quickly tapped a few acupoints to stop the bleeding. His injuries looked terrible, but they were insignificant. For a martial saint, it would not take long for them to recover. Yixing landed on the ground and used the heavenly bat steps. He quickly entered the depths of the valley and came to the side of the five-leaf ice lotus. At this time, the 5-leaf ice lotus had just matured. The fragrance in the air instantly faded. Yixing acted decisively and uprooted the 5-leaf ice lotus. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. With the 5-leaf ice lotus, breaking through to the 4-star martial saint level was right in front of him. Second update. Chapter 245. Gong Yunxiu and the rest were still in shock. Yixing and Wu Chengang's battle had gone through many twists and turns, and they had already guessed the result. However, they could not help but doubt that the result was still the same, which was already beyond their expectations. Looking at the 5-leaf ice lotus in Yixing's hand, Gong Yunxiu and the rest were envious, but no one said anything. No one dared to ask Yixing to share the 5-leaf ice lotus in his hand. At this moment, Yixing was no longer an insignificant inner disciple in their eyes, but a terrifying expert who had defeated Wu Chenggang, who was ranked 4th among the core disciples. On the ice mountain in the distance, Xue Ling was somewhat dazed. This result was a huge blow to her. As for Shenhan and Chao Zhua, they sighed repeatedly. Their hearts were filled with respect for Yixing, and they no longer dared to look down on him. Junior brother Yi, congratulations. Lin Tongyu walked towards Yixing. You will soon break through to the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm and become a mid-level martial saint, and be promoted to a core disciple. Yixing smiled and nodded, saying, Senior sister Lin also has a share of this 5-leaf ice lotus. What? As soon as he said this, Gong Yunxiu, Wu Qiufeng, Lin Yuan, and the rest were all stunned, and their gazes turned towards Yixing. How precious was the 5-leaf ice lotus! Yixing had defeated Wu Chenggang with great difficulty and obtained this 5-leaf ice lotus, and he actually wanted to share it with Lin Tongyu, Gong Xiuyun, and the rest. They could not help but wonder if they had heard wrongly. Wu Chenggang, who was recuperating in the distance, could not help but open his eyes and look towards Yixing when he heard this. If he had obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, he would never give it to anyone. Even if it was just half a leaf, he would never give it to anyone. A brilliant smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face as she said, Junior martial brother Yi, how much a person gains depends on how much they put in. Although you and I discovered this 5-leaf ice lotus together, if it wasn't for you, it would have long been taken away by others. I didn't put in the slightest bit of effort, so how could I get a share of the gains? I'm already very happy that you have such intentions, but you should still use it yourself. Your cultivation talent isn't very outstanding, so you just need the 5-leaf ice lotus to increase your cultivation. Yixing shook his head. He felt that Lin Tongyu should get a share of the harvest. If it wasn't for the fact that he was teaming up with Lin Tongyu, he wouldn't have slowed down. He didn't know how far ahead he was already. Furthermore, the fragrance of the ice lotus could only spread for 100 miles. He had no chance of encountering the 5-leaf ice lotus at all. It was only because he teamed up with Lin Tongyu that he had this chance. With this chance, he was able to obtain the 5-leaf ice lotus. Although Yixing was the one who put in the effort, if it wasn't for Lin Tongyu, Yixing wouldn't have been able to obtain the 5-leaf ice lotus. Yixing said, since we discovered it together, then it belongs to the two of us. I can't take away your share just because I put in the effort to protect my share. 5 leaves aren't easy to divide equally. Since I put in more effort, then I'll take 3 leaves. The other 2 leaves and the root are yours. Lin Tongyu calmly looked at Yixing. This time, she didn't smile from happiness. Instead, her gaze gradually changed as she looked at Yixing unknowingly. Yixing had left a deep impression in her heart. In the end, a faint smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face as she said, since you insist on giving me a share, then I'll give you a share. However, I have a condition. You take 3 leaves first. If your cultivation breaks through to the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm, then I'll take the other 2. If your cultivation doesn't break through, then you can continue to take them until you break through to the 4th level of the Star Martial Saint realm. The remaining leaves will then belong to me. Yixing nodded. His gaze swept across the surroundings as he said, let's leave this place first and find a place to break through to the next level. Looking at Yixing and Lin Tongyu's backs as they left, Gong Xiuyan's expression was a little lonely. She sighed softly in a low voice. It seems that what sets him apart from the masses is not only his powerful battle strength, but also his way of dealing with people, his temperament and character. Just in this aspect, there are very few people who can be compared to him, not to mention his powerful battle strength. Senior Sister Gong, what did you say? Lin Yuan could not help but ask when she heard Gong Yunxiu muttering to herself. Gong Yunxiu glanced at Wu Chenggang in the distance and said indifferently, nothing. Let's go. Yixing left the icy valley where the 5-leaf ice lotus grew. He came to a majestic ice mountain and stopped in his tracks. The view here was broad. Yixing stood on the mountain slope and said, Senior Sister Lin, I'll break through to the next level here. Senior Sister, please protect me. Lin Tongyu nodded and climbed to the highest point of the mountain slope where the view was the best. She said, don't worry about breaking through to the next level. I won't let anyone or any demonic beasts come near here. Thank you, Senior Sister Lin. Yixing sat cross-legged on a piece of frozen stone. The heat emitted by the star fire seed evaporated all the ice on the stone in the blink of an eye. Yixing took out the 5-leaf ice lotus, plucked a leaf and placed it in his mouth. Once the leaf of the ice lotus entered his mouth, it turned into a cold current and flowed into Yixing's abdomen. The extremely cold ice qi immediately caused a layer of frost to form wherever the cold current passed. Yixing felt as though he was going to be frozen into a statue. The ice lotus was an extremely cold spiritual medicine. The stronger the medicinal effect, the stronger the cold nature. Although the 5-leaf ice lotus was an extremely rare and precious spiritual medicine, one could not consume it without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Since the 5-leaf ice lotus was a spiritual medicine that could raise the cultivation of a middle-level martial sage, one had to be a middle-level martial sage to be able to withstand the cold qi of the 5-leaf ice lotus. Even if a beginner-level martial sage obtained the 5-leaf ice lotus, without the help of an expert, he would most likely be frozen into an ice statue by the extreme cold qi and die. Although Yixing was a beginner-level martial sage, he was different. He cultivated the pure Yuan technique, an inferior-grade spiritual martial inheritance. The strength of his star essence was very high. It was stronger than the star essence of a 4-star martial sage. Therefore, under the cold qi of the 5-leaf ice lotus, Yixing only felt extremely cold. However, he was able to withstand it and was not really frozen into an ice statue. Moreover, in Yixing's dantian, there was a spiritual treasure of yang in the world, the star fire seed. The star fire seed was located in the dantian and was closely connected to Yixing's body. When the cold qi in Yixing's body intensified, the star fire seed immediately sensed it and emitted a terrifying heat. In a flash, it neutralized the cold qi. When the liquid from the ice lotus leaf flowed into his stomach, there was no more cold qi, only pure medicinal power. Yixing operated the pure Yuan technique and rapidly absorbed the medicinal liquid from the ice lotus leaf. Because there was no more cold qi, the absorption was extremely fast. It was as easy as turning over one's hand. Every minute, every second, a large amount of the ice lotus leaf's medicinal liquid was absorbed by Yixing. Yixing's star essence was constantly strengthened and his star essence was also constantly increasing. His cultivation was soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the cold qi, the absorption speed of the ice lotus leaf's medicinal liquid was too fast. In less than 50 breaths, Yixing had completely absorbed and refined it. The difference between a beginner-level martial sage and an intermediate-level martial sage was the difference between a beginner-level martial sage and an intermediate-level martial sage. It was a threshold in the martial sage realm. Although the 5-leaf ice lotus leaf's medicinal power was extremely strong and could allow an intermediate-level martial sage to break through, Yixing could not break through to the 4-star martial sage realm with just one leaf. Yixing was not in a hurry. He took out the second leaf and ate it. Just like the previous one, the ice lotus leaf entered his mouth and quickly turned into a cold current. Then, the star flame seed quickly neutralized the cold qi, leaving behind only a pure medicinal liquid for Yixing to absorb and refine. Yixing's cultivation continued to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. The second leaf still did not allow Yixing's cultivation to break through. Yixing then ate the third leaf. Finally, when Yixing absorbed about half of the medicinal liquid from the third ice lotus leaf, Yixing's cultivation finally made a qualitative breakthrough. The star vortex in his dantian had expanded by a full circle. His body, which was originally filled with star essence, suddenly felt a lot more comfortable and could now accommodate more star essence. Moreover, the strength of his star essence had also greatly improved along with his cultivation from a beginner-level martial sage to an intermediate-level martial sage. The pure essence technique, with the help of the breakthrough in his cultivation, naturally broke through to the highest realm. The star essence in Yixing's body had also reached the peak of the pure essence technique. In terms of star essence intensity alone, even a 5-star martial sage who cultivated a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance to the highest realm would be inferior to Yixing. Chapter 246. From now on, he was a 4-star martial saint, a member of the intermediate martial saint realm. In thee he was a core disciple, the highest group among the younger disciples. Once upon a time, Yixing was a legendary existence to martial sages. At that time, Yixing's goal was to become a martial sage. Now, Yixing had only been in the star land for slightly more than a year, but he had already achieved his goal. Moreover, not only had he become a martial sage, but he had also become an intermediate martial sage. With his powerful combat strength, he was definitely one of the strongest among the intermediate martial sages. After his cultivation had broken through, Yixing did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He had only absorbed half of the medicinal liquid from the third ice lotus leaf. He continued to absorb and refine it, stabilizing his cultivation that had just broken through. The medicinal power of the remaining half of the ice lotus leaf was quite strong. Yixing's cultivation continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Soon, he stabilized it and finally rose to the intermediate level 4. If he ate the remaining 2 leaves, Yixing was confident that he could raise his cultivation to the peak level 4. However, he did not necessarily need to consume the ice lotus leaf to raise his cultivation. He still had some saint spirit pills, which were excellent spiritual medicines to raise his cultivation to the intermediate martial sage realm. Yixing stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Like a flash of lightning, he was filled with a sharp and domineering aura. After becoming a 4-star martial sage, Yixing could feel the power in his body. If he were to duel with Wu Chenggang now, he would be able to defeat him easily without using his astrology. Junior brother Yi. You have finally become a 4-star martial sage. Congratulations. From now on, you are a true core disciple. Lin Tongyu walked over with a joyful expression and said with a smile. Yixing nodded at Lin Tongyu and said to himself, I used to be ignorant and thought that the martial sage realm was the peak of martial arts. It was only when Master explained martial arts to me that I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. The profoundness of martial arts is far beyond my imagination. A core disciple of the even in the younger generation of the Qingyun region, is not considered outstanding. Becoming a core disciple of the Falling Star sect is nothing. Don't be complacent, you have to continue to work. Yixing handed the ice lotus leaf, and Lin Tongyu, the ice lotus leaf, and said Lin Tongyu, senior sister Lin, I took 3 leaves, and became a 4-star martial sage. It seems, you took 2 leaves. Lin Tongyu put away the ice lotus that only had 2 leaves left. She was not in a hurry to consume it. Instead, she said, the ice lotus leaf is a peerless elixir used by middle-level martial sages to increase their cultivation. I will keep it for now. When I reach the peak of the 4th level star vortex realm, I will consume it and become a 5-star martial sage. After a pause, Lin Tongyu continued, if you reach the peak of the 4th level star vortex realm before me, tell me that these 2 ice lotus leaves can help you reach the 5th level star vortex realm sooner. Yixing waved his hand and said, let's talk about the future. Let's go to the Starry Hall first. Lin Tongyu nodded, let's go. The journey to the Ice Mountain region was smooth. 3 days later, the 2 of them passed through the Ice Mountain region. After the Ice Mountain region, they arrived at the core area of the Secret Realm, which was also the largest area. The Starry Hall was located at the center of this area. However, every time the Secret Realm opened, the Starry Hall would only appear after a month. Otherwise, it would always be sealed. Even if they reached there, they would not be able to see the Starry Hall. After traveling for more than 10 days in the 3 perilous lands, they spent the rest of the time in the core area. In the core area, there were mountains, rivers, and lakes. It was lush and full of vitality. It was no different from the outside world. Moreover, because there were few people here and the star yuan qi was abundant, it was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. Therefore, before the Starry Hall opened, the disciples who arrived at the core area would first search for spiritual herbs. The value of spiritual herbs was remarkable. Every stalk of spiritual herb was a great gain. However, because the core disciples of the Falling Star sect would enter the Fallen Star secret realm every 3 years, it was not easy to find a stalk of mature spiritual herb even though it was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. The maturity of spiritual herbs ranged from a few decades to a few hundred years. The time span was very long. It was rare to find a spiritual herb that just happened to mature since no one had come here for 3 years. A spiritual herb that just matured was a low-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 200 years old was a middle-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 500 years old was a high-grade spiritual herb. A spiritual herb that was more than 1,000 years old was a supreme-grade spiritual herb. Every 3 years, a group of Falling Star sect's core disciples would come here to pick spiritual herbs. Therefore, it was possible to find a spiritual herb that had just matured. However, it was almost impossible to find a spiritual herb that had matured for a long time or even a middle-grade spiritual herb. That was only true for the other disciples, with the exception of Yixing. When they arrived at the core area, Yixing and Lin Tongyu formed a team to search for spiritual herbs as usual. Yixing's vision, X-ray vision, and super brain scanning ability were once again displayed. For ordinary disciples, finding 1 or 2 stalks of spiritual herbs that had just matured in a day was already a good harvest. Those who were unlucky might not even find a single stalk. As for Yixing, he could easily find 10 stalks of spiritual herbs that had matured in a day. Lin Tongyu followed behind Yixing. She only saw Yixing pulling out a stalk of spiritual herb from a crack in a rock, digging out a stalk of spiritual herb from a pile of mud, or finding a stalk of spiritual herb from a thick bush, or, in short, Yixing was always able to find a stalk of spiritual herb or several stalks of spiritual herbs from unexpected places. Moreover, at least half of these spiritual herbs had not matured in the past 3 years. They had been missed by the core disciples who had entered the secret realm before. Some of the spiritual herbs were as old as 150 to 60 years old. This meant that there had been at least 10 or 20 times when the Falling Star secret realm had opened, and the core disciples who had entered had not found these mature spiritual herbs. Especially on the 4th day, Yixing dug out a crack in a rock and pulled out 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs that had matured for a long time. Yixing did not know how to tell the exact age of spiritual herbs, but he could feel that these 4 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs were definitely not less than 200 years old. Lin Tongyu knew how to tell the age of spiritual herbs. When she saw the 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs in Yixing's hands, she was instantly surprised. Senior Sister Lin, these 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs should not be young. Take a look and see how old they are. Yixing handed the 3 stalks of Holy Spirit herbs to Lin Tongyu. Oh my God, these are at least a few hundred years old. Lin Tongyu exclaimed in shock after just a cursory glance. She then carefully identified them and said, "These 3 stalks are all middle-grade spiritual herbs. The 2 smaller ones are between 250 to 300 years old. The biggest one is between 450 to 500 years old." So old? This big one is almost an upper-grade spiritual herb. When Yixing heard Lin Tongyu's judgment, he was also shocked. He thought that they were all over 200 years old. He did not expect them to be so old. Holy Spirit herbs were the main ingredient in refining Holy Spirit pills. Holy Spirit pills were spiritual pills that could increase one's cultivation. These kinds of spiritual pills were very precious. Middle-grade Holy Spirit pills could increase one's cultivation rapidly between middle-grade and high-grade martial saints. If it was an upper-grade Holy Spirit pill, it would be even more amazing. Even immortals in the astral realm would need it. The biggest stalk of Holy Spirit herb was actually more than 450 years old. It was only a few years away from becoming an upper-grade spiritual herb. Once it became an upper-grade spiritual herb, its value would increase by more than 10 times. Yixing held the biggest stalk of Holy Spirit herb and said, "What a pity. If I had known that it would become an upper-grade spiritual herb, would not have pulled it out. I would have told the sect the location of this spiritual herb. In a few decades, we would have been able to pick an upper-grade spiritual herb." Lin Tongyu looked at Yixing strangely and said, "You are so strange. If it were someone else, they would only hate themselves for picking too few spiritual herbs. Who would be willing to leave the spiritual herbs that they see for others to pick?" Although Yixing had adapted to life in the Star Continent, he was still from Earth. His mentality was still that of an Earthling. He valued sustainable development. On the other hand, the Star Continent valued the strong. Everything was based on one's own strength. They did not care about how much benefit something would bring to others. They only cared about how much benefit it would bring to oneself. Of course, nothing was absolute. These were only relative. It was just that the customs of the 2 worlds were different and did not apply to everyone. Chapter 247. Obtaining these 3 saint spirit grasses is more rewarding than all the other spiritual herbs. Let's continue searching and see if we can find any other spiritual herbs that are as old as them. In the following period of time, Yixing found a few more spiritual herbs. However, he did not come across any saint spiritual herbs that were more than 200 years old. On the 9th day, Yixing found another mid-grade herb that was over 200 years old. It was a flowered orchid with healing properties. Its value could only be higher than the saint spirit grasses. After that, no more mid-grade herbs were found. In the last few days, Yixing and Lin Tongyu stopped searching for herbs and only headed towards the center of the core area. The 1-month deadline was approaching and the seal of the Stellar Hall was about to open. It was time to break through the Stellar Hall. All the core disciples would gather in the Stellar Hall. When Yixing and Lin Tongyu arrived outside the Stellar Hall, more than 10 core disciples had already gathered. "Junior Sister Lin, I finally found you. Where have you been since you arrived at the core area? You've made me suffer." When Yixing and Lin Tongyu were still 1,000 meters away from the Stellar Hall, a core disciple rushed out. This person's white robe fluttered in the wind. From afar, he looked extraordinary. However, his eyes were as sharp as swords and his face was as sharp as a knife. One look and you could tell that he was a flamboyant person. This is second senior brother Qi Jingyang. An annoying fly. Lin Tongyu first transmitted her voice to Yixing, then said coldly to Qi Jingyang, "Why is second senior brother looking for me?" Among the core disciples of the top 3 were all 6-star martial saints. The junior brothers below them respectfully called them eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and third senior brother. As for the 4th-ranked He Hongjiao, she was not called 4th senior sister, but senior sister He. Qi Jingyang arrived in front of Yixing and Lin Tongyu in a few steps. In his eyes, Yixing was completely ignored. He stared into Lin Tongyu's eyes and said, "Don't you understand senior brother's infatuation with you? There are dangers everywhere in the fallen star secret realm. Senior brother naturally wants to find you and protect you." Lin Tongyu's expression was cold and indifferent as she said, "I have junior martial brother Yi accompanying me, so I'm very safe. Second senior martial brother doesn't need to worry. Sigh. He is just a trashy inner sanctum disciple, a mere 3-star martial saint. How can he guarantee your safety? Come, follow me. I will protect you." Qi Jingyang waved his hand. He did not even glance at Yixing. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would have been able to tell that Yixing was no longer a 3-star martial saint, but a 4-star martial saint. Before Yixing could get angry at Qi Jingyang's words, Lin Tongyu was already furious. "Junior brother Yi is my father's personal disciple. Second senior brother, please be more respectful. Furthermore, junior brother Yi is no longer an inner disciple. He has already broken through to become a mid-level martial sage and has been promoted to a core disciple." Qi Jingyang was already very jealous that Yixing was able to accompany Lin Tongyu in the fallen star secret realm. Now that Qi Jingyang was protecting Yixing, he was even more furious. Of course, this anger was directed at Yixing. Qi Jingyang's gaze finally shifted to Yixing. He could naturally see Yixing's cultivation at a glance. However, this was not important. A 4-star martial saint was still an ant-like existence in his eyes. When Qi Jingyang faced Yixing, compared to when he faced Lin Tongyu, it was as if he was a completely different person. His entire person had become like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp and filled with a strong offensive power. "You! Get out of my sight!" Qi Jingyang stared at Yixing and spat out words like swords, "Don't let me see you. Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you up." Not far away, the core disciples outside the starry hall were all in high spirits as they watched this scene. Especially after Qi Jingyang's words, all the core disciples craned their necks, their eyes unblinking as they waited for the show to unfold. In the fallen star sect, the strongest disciple was undoubtedly the eldest senior brother Maran. However, if one were to say who was the most arrogant disciple, it would be the second senior brother Qi Jingyang. In the fallen star sect, in terms of family background, besides Lin Tongyu, Qi Jingyang was second. Qi Jingyang's father, Qi Dosheng, was an elder of the fallen star sect's war pavilion. His grandfather, Qi Jingchao, was an elder of the elixir pavilion, the same generation as Lin Shuyuan. His mother, Lu Shuangyuan, was the elder sister of the sect master, Lu Tianyuan. Moreover, Qi Jingyang's great-grandfather, Qi Zhantian, had sacrificed his own life in the great calamity of the fallen star sect more than 100 years ago and saved Lin Shuyuan, who was still in his teens. Lin Shuyuan was indebted to him. Not only were Qi Jingyang's ancestors and father both astral realm perfected persons, but they were also inner sect elders. His great-grandfather had also sacrificed his life to save the grand elder Lin Shuyuan, and the sect master Lu Tianyuan was his uncle. With such a family background, even the eldest senior brother Maran had to yield to him. Although He Hongjiao and Lin Tongyu were known as the fallen star sect's twin beauties, in terms of status, they were far inferior. As the eldest senior brother, if Maran had a choice, he would definitely prefer Lin Tongyu over He Hongjiao. It was precisely because Qi Jingyang liked Lin Tongyu that the eldest senior brother Maran had to compromise and settle for the second best, He Hongjiao. Even their eldest senior brother had to yield to him. Among the disciples of Then no one dared to provoke him. Only when he was with Lin Tongyu would Qi Jingyang be amiable. When it came to others, Yi Xing's experience was a perfect example. The phrase, "get out of my sight," was not only said to Yi Xing by Qi Jingyang, but it was also Qi Jingyang's catchphrase. Except for Lin Tongyu, Qi Jingyang only had a little respect for the eldest senior brother Ma Ren, and no one else was in his eyes. Even Li Yuanqing, who ranked third among the core disciples, would shout, "Get out of my sight," when Qi Jingyang was in a bad mood. Moreover, Li Yuanqing could only swallow his anger and disappear from Qi Jingyang's sight. "If you dare touch a hair on junior brother Ye's head, you and I will be irreconcilable." Seeing that Qi Jingyang was angry at Yi Xing, Lin Tongyu immediately opened her arms and blocked in front of Yi Xing. But she didn't know that the more she protected Yi Xing, the angrier Qi Jingyang became. Yi Xing took in Qi Jingyang's reaction, but he didn't care. Others respected and feared Qi Jingyang, but this didn't include him. Yi Xing wouldn't take the initiative to step on anyone's head, but no one could take the initiative to step on his head. Yi Xing had no objections to Qi Jingyang pursuing Lin Tongyu. However, Qi Jingyang couldn't call Yi Xing trash in front of Lin Tongyu, and he couldn't tell Yi Xing to get out of his sight because of this. This made Yi Xing very angry. The consequences were very serious. Qi Jingyang didn't care what Yi Xing thought. His gaze passed over Lin Tongyu and stared into Yi Xing's eyes like an all-overbearing. "I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight." His voice was like a sharp sword, piercing Yi Xing's heart. Yi Xing's lips curled slightly. He reached out and grabbed Lin Tongyu's hand in front of Qi Jingyang. Yi Xing had already held Lin Tongyu's hand in the ice mountain area, but at that time it was to transfer heat to her and increase her speed. He didn't have any other intentions. This time, he deliberately held her hand in front of Qi Jingyang. The feeling was especially strong. Lin Tongyu's hand was soft and boneless, and her skin was delicate and smooth. Touching it was like touching white jade, like touching silk. "Senior sister Yi, let's go." Yi Xing also treated Qi Jingyang as if he didn't exist. He grabbed Lin Tongyu's hand and walked to the side. At this moment, Lin Tongyu's heart skipped a beat when Yi Xing grabbed her hand. The feeling of holding hands with Yi Xing now was completely different from holding hands in the ice mountain. In the ice mountain, she only treated Yi Xing as a junior brother. Yi Xing also held her hand in order to transfer heat to her. The relationship between the two was very pure, so naturally there was no feeling between them. However, since Yi Xing insisted on sharing a share of the 5-leaf ice lotus with Lin Tongyu already had a good impression of Yi Xing. Yi Xing had left a deep impression in her heart. Especially these days, when the two were looking for elixirs together, their relationship rapidly improved. Yi Xing didn't have such thoughts, so naturally he didn't realize it. However, Lin Tongyu's feelings for Yi Xing were getting better and better, and she had already begun to fall in love with him. At this moment, Yi Xing suddenly held her hand. To Lin Tongyu, this was like an electric shock. Lin Tongyu's heart skipped a beat, and her bones almost went soft. However, sometimes women's reactions were so fast. She immediately realized that being intimate with Yi Xing might be the best way to cut off Qi Jingyang's thoughts. Fifth update, begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 248. In the blink of an eye, a moving smile appeared on Lin Tongyu's face. It was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Joy was etched all over her face. Lin Tongyu smiled and nodded at Yi Xing. She let Yi Xing hold her small hand and walked past Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang stared blankly as Yi Xing held Lin Tongyu's hand and walked past him. His eyes were almost burning with real flames, and his anger rose to the highest point in an instant. Everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that Lin Tongyu was Qi Jingyang's woman. Actually, Qi Jingyang should be the one pursuing the woman, but in Qi Jingyang's eyes, the woman he pursued was his woman. The other disciples of the falling star sect also thought the same. Even Ma Ren, the eldest brother, had to make way for Qi Jingyang, not daring to compete with him for Lin Tongyu. But now, Yixing was holding Lin Tongyu's hand right in front of Qi Jingyang's face and walking past him just like that. Moreover, Lin Tongyu was still extremely happy. She was smiling from ear to ear, resplendent like a flower. This was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. How could the arrogant and egotistical Qi Jingyang possibly stand by and watch? Not only was he enraged, his entire body was trembling with rage. Outside the starry hall, more than 10 core disciples looked over with shock. They were dumbfounded and almost petrified. They knew very well what kind of personality Qi Jingyang had. They also knew very well that Lin Tongyu was the woman Qi Jingyang was pursuing. He would not allow anyone else to taint her. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My God, second senior brother's fury is about to erupt. No one can save him. How dare he hold junior sister Lin's hand in front of second senior brother? Is he courting death? This kid's cultivation talent is ordinary. To be able to become a core disciple, he must have gone through a lot of fortuitous encounters. Now that he has offended second senior brother, he's finished. He's completely finished. At this moment, all the core disciples sighed in their hearts. They could all see that Qi Jingyang's fury was about to erupt. Without a doubt, all the core disciples unanimously believed that Yixing was finished. None of these 10 core disciples had met Yixing in the Falling Star secret realm. Therefore, they did not know that Yixing had defeated the 5th-ranked core disciple, Wu Chenggang. However, even if they knew that Yixing had defeated Wu Chenggang, their thoughts would not change. Wu Chenggang was a 5-star martial saint, while Qi Jingyang was a 6-star martial saint. The two were on completely different levels. Besides, who would dare to fight with Qi Jingyang? Even third senior brother Li Yuanqing had to tuck his tail between his legs before Qi Jingyang. Even the eldest senior brother, Ma Ren, had to be modest in front of Qi Jingyang. He gave in to Qi Jingyang from the bottom of his heart. Those who had the strength to fight Qi Jingyang didn't dare to. Those who didn't, needless to say, could be dealt with however Qi Jingyang wanted. In the even ordinary sect elders had to be polite in front of Qi Jingyang. They didn't dare to offend him or criticize him. Yixing had thoroughly enraged Qi Jingyang. In the eyes of the core disciples, he was clearly courting death. Yixing, you're courting death. When Yixing and Lin Tongyu walked out and stood behind Qi Jingyang's anger erupted. His aura covered the sky and earth as he roared. Who? The wind and clouds in the sky changed color, and the air in the surroundings surged. Qi Jingyang's anger instantly triggered a great killing intent. This meant that Qi Jingyang had also comprehended a kind of force. A terrifying great killing intent instantly enveloped Yixing and locked onto Yixing. In an instant, Yixing felt as if thousands of divine weapons and sharp blades were holding him back. It was as if his every move would be attacked by countless sharp weapons. Of course, this was only an illusion. However, this illusion was very real. The sharp aura pierced through the skin and flesh, piercing straight into the soul. If one's state of mind was not strong enough, they would believe this illusion to be true. If one's heart were to believe it, then the damage caused would also become real. Such a sharp great force of heaven and earth could only be caused by the great force of metal. The great force of metal was extremely aggressive. Its sharp aura especially intimidated the mind. If one's state of mind was not stable enough and believed it to be true, their body would not be cut open by the great force of nothingness. However, their mind would feel that their body was being cut open. If their confidence was to be true, they would feel weak and eventually die. If their mind died, even if their body was actually unharmed, they would still die. Yixing's super brain was very powerful and his mind was very clear. It was very difficult for him to be affected by the outside world. Not only that, the black hole astral manifestation was in the center of his brows, revolving unceasingly, allowing Yixing to maintain a calm state of mind. Qi Jingyang's great force of metal could not affect Yixing. Yixing's expression was normal as he continued to move forward. However, although Lin Tongyu, who was standing beside Yixing, wasn't Qi Jingyang's target, she also felt the aura of metal. It was as if a peerless blade had slashed past her. That feeling made her hair stand on end. Lin Tongyu immediately turned around and shielded Yixing behind her again. She asked Qi Jingyang sternly, "Second senior brother, what are you doing?" Qi Jingyang turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was fierce. He pointed at Yixing. "What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to beat this brat until his mother can't recognize him. I want everyone to know what happens to those who dare to fight me." Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang's aura was fierce like an unsheathed sword. In the next moment, he was about to launch a thunderous strike. Lin Tongyu was startled. She understood Qi Jingyang's temper quite well. Even if Yixing was her father's personal disciple, once Qi Jingyang became ruthless, he wouldn't hesitate to act. Although Yixing was very powerful, and after defeating Wu Chenggang, his cultivation had broken through to the 4-star martial saint realm, Lin Tongyu was still very worried for him. The top 3 core disciples were high and mighty. It was not only because they were 6-star martial saints, but also because they were different. First of all, they all had middle-rank spiritual weapons. This was something the other core disciples did not have. Middle-rank spiritual weapons were much more powerful than low-rank spiritual weapons. Secondly, they all practiced middle-rank spiritual martial arts. Some of the core disciples who had entered the Falling Star secret territory twice also had this. However, it was rare and they did not have any cultivation attainments. Thirdly, they all practiced middle-rank spiritual martial arts and had at least reached the entry level. Regardless of cultivation, inheritance, martial arts, or weapons, the top 3 core disciples were superior to the other core disciples. Their strength was even more superior. Cultivation, inheritance, martial arts, and weapons were all superior. Which core disciple could be compared to the top 3? Lin Tongyu did not know how much Yixing's strength had increased after his breakthrough. Naturally, she thought that Qi Jingyang was more powerful. Therefore, she had to stop the two from fighting. Lin Tongyu protected Yixing behind her and said sternly, "Second senior brother, if you want to touch a hair on junior brother Yi, you have to step over my body first." Lin Tongyu's father was the formation elder Lin Fenghua, and her grandfather was the grand elder Lin Shuyuan. She was the number 1 person in the Falling Star sect and the only disciple whose family background was not inferior to Qi Jingyang's. Even if Qi Jingyang was given 100 guts, he would not dare to attack Lin Tongyu. Lin Tongyu knew this and stopped Qi Jingyang. Lin Tongyu's protection of Yixing made Qi Jingyang even angrier. However, with Lin Tongyu in the middle, he did not dare to attack. Although he was arrogant, he knew clearly that he could attack anyone in the Falling Star sect except for Lin Tongyu. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, he wanted to make Lin Tongyu his woman, so he didn't dare to do anything to her. In a flash, Qi Jingyang had an idea. He looked past Lin Tongyu and cast his gaze at Yixing, coward who only dares to hide behind a woman. Do you plan to rely on a woman for the rest of your life? Do you want to be a little chick hiding under a hen's wing? Or do you want to be a real man and fight with me? Lin Tongyu looked back at Yixing and said, "Junior brother Yi, don't be provoked by him. Second senior brother cultivates the middle-tier spiritual martial inheritance, the Falling Star incantation, and the middle-tier spiritual martial skill, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade. He also has the middle-tier spiritual weapon, the Golden Leaf Blade. You are not his opponent." Yixing's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, he could not compete with a middle-tier spiritual martial inheritance and a middle-tier spiritual weapon. However, his sky bat movement technique and dark spirit spear technique had both reached the initial stage. Especially the dark spirit spear technique, he had made great progress in the initial stage and far surpassed the opponent in this aspect. Also, Yixing had the scanning of the superbrain, as well as the advantage of the dark force, wind force, and fire force. After comparing in his mind, Yixing was full of confidence and was not afraid of Qi Jingyang. Chapter 249. Qi Jingyang laughed disdainfully and looked straight at Yixing. Whether you want to be a coward or a real man, it's your choice. If you don't dare to fight with me and want to continue being a coward, then slap yourself and shout, "I'm a coward." If I'm happy, I'll forgive you this time, ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Yixing also chuckled. He patted Lin Tongyu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Lin, don't you think it's strange that someone would shout that he's a coward? Huh. I've seen cheap people, but I've never seen such cheap people." Ah. Lin Tongyu was stunned. After blinking her eyes, she realized that Yixing was laughing at Qi Jingyang. Now she was even more shocked. Lin Tongyu groaned inwardly. "I tried my best to stop you two from fighting, but you actually dared to mock Qi Jingyang and even called him a wretch. This is simply setting off a barrel of dynamite." Not far away, the core disciples were also shocked. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. Their expressions were very interesting. This guy has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Just based on his courage, I have some admiration for him. Admire? Admire my ass. He's just digging his own grave. Several core disciples whispered to each other. Qi Jingyang's laughter stopped and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. His face was livid and he said coldly, "Senior Sister Lin, you see, this is the coward who provoked me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not a man. Don't waste your energy to stop me. Today, I'll make this coward unforgettable. I'll say it again. If you want to touch Junior Brother Yi, you'll have to step over my dead body." Lin Tongyu looked at Qi Jingyang with a determined expression. "Junior Brother Lin, don't be nervous. He's just a coward, and he admitted it himself. What's there to be afraid of? Since he's so cheap, I'll give him a good time today." At this time, Yixing's voice came from behind Lin Tongyu. "Junior Brother Yi, don't do anything stupid." Lin Tongyu was shocked and quickly stopped Yixing. Second senior brother's strength is very strong. Even a few Wu Qinggang are not his match. How could he be a good-for-nothing? If he's not a good-for-nothing, then who is? Yixing patted Lin Tongyu's shoulder and walked out from behind her. Then, Yixing's gaze shot towards Qi Jingyang, sharp and fierce. "Although you admit that you're a good-for-nothing, you don't know why. Let me tell you why you're a good-for-nothing. Qi Jingyang, your family has an illustrious background. 3 generations ago, all of your ancestors were inner elders of the Falling Star sect and enlightened masters of the astral realm. How glorious, how glorious, how glorious. However, you're already 24 years old, but your cultivation is only at the 6th level of the star vortex realm. When your ancestors were 24 years old, which one of them wasn't an 8-star or 9-star martial saint? Tell me, aren't you a good-for-nothing? Qi Jingyang, you have an 8-star orange life, and your cultivation talent is a cut above the rest. Moreover, you have an illustrious family background. Since you were born, you were given countless resources, and you were taught by a true master of the astral realm. However, even so, you were only at the 6th level of the astral realm when you were 24 years old. When you were 17 years old, you had just broken through the astral realm and became a martial saint. As for me, Yixing, I have a 2-star red life, and my cultivation talent is trash. My family background is lowly, and martial saints are legends to my family. In my family, I have never even heard of a true master. Do you think you're a good-for-nothing? Qi Jingyang, you only know how to bully others and abuse your power. However, you've never dared to rely on your own strength to challenge martial artists whose cultivation is higher than yours. Now, your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine, but you keep saying that you want to fight with me. Tell me, are you shameless or a good-for-nothing? Do you only deserve to fight with martial artists whose cultivation is 2 levels lower than yours? Yixing bombarded Qi Jingyang with a barrage of righteous words. A series of examples and rhetorical questions immediately forced Qi Jingyang into a corner. He was completely unable to fight back. Lin Tongyu and the nearby core disciples' expressions all changed. However, Yixing's words were reasonable and everyone had to agree that Qi Jingyang was indeed a good-for-nothing. However, these words were said in front of Qi Jingyang's face. The situation was serious. Qi Jingyang's heart was completely blown up. Shut up. Yixing's words hit Qi Jingyang's sore spot. He was indeed a tyrant among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, in the eyes of his father and grandfather, he was indeed a good-for-nothing. He was a disgrace to his ancestors. Yixing's words did not make Qi Jingyang recognize himself. Instead, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "I'm going to kill you." Boom, Qi Jingyang instantly made his move. He used his palm as a blade and casually chopped down. With a flash of golden light, a blade of light suddenly appeared in the air and chopped down at Yixing. The air currents were instantly cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Low-grade spiritual martial art, Golden Blade. The Golden Blade was a palm blade martial art. It was a bit similar to the 7 deadly strikes of ordinary martial arts. However, its power was more than 100 times stronger than the 7 deadly strikes. Once the Golden Blade was unleashed, the blade of light was sharp and could cut through gold and stone. Qi Jingyang's Golden Blade was far more advanced. Coupled with the power of the alloy, its power was even more terrifying. To deal with ordinary opponents, Qi Jingyang would not use a middle-grade spiritual weapon or a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Just the Golden Blade was enough to kill any opponent below the 6-star martial saint realm. The Golden Blade of Light was dozens of feet long. If Yixing was hit, he would definitely be cut in half. Outside the Starry Palace, the core disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Qi Jingyang wanted to kill. Lin Tongyu's expression was calm. She knew Yixing's strength. If Qi Jingyang did not use the middle-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Leaf Blade, and the middle-grade spiritual martial art, the Shadowless Breeze Blade, it would be difficult to pose a threat to Yixing. In the face of Qi Jingyang's sudden attack, Yixing had already expected it. As soon as the Blade of Light appeared, the purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Light Flash. The spear was like a dragon. With a dark light, it pierced out in an instant. After breaking through to the 4-star martial saint realm and cultivating the pure Yuan art to the highest level, Yixing's celestial essence was incomparably profound. It was stronger than that of a 5-star martial saint and could almost be compared to a 6-star martial saint. The stronger the celestial essence, the stronger the moves. Although Yixing's dark spirit spear art had not changed, its power had greatly increased compared to when he was a 3-star martial saint. The purple feather spear, with a dark light, was unstoppable. In an instant, it pierced the Golden Blade of Light and shattered it. Outside the Star Palace, the core disciples' eyes were wide open. Their eyes softened, and they looked shocked. They did not see it wrong. Yixing's spear had shattered Qi Jingyang's Golden Blade of Light. A 4-star martial saint had broken the attack of a 6-star martial saint. Even if it was just a casual blow from Qi Jingyang, the core disciples could not believe their eyes. Qi Jingyang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He shouted, "No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. It turns out that you do have some strength. But that's it. Die for me. Yi Xing could take his move. It was already a very heaven-defying battle strength. However, Qi Jingyang obviously would not admit that Yi Xing was heaven-defying. He only believed that he would beat Yi Xing until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. He would smash Yi Xing to pieces and even take Yi Xing's dog life. As Qi Jingyang shouted, his momentum suddenly increased. The rich celestial essence of a 6-star martial saint was fully revealed at this time. Qi Jingyang waved his palm and slashed out again and again. One after another, bright golden blade of light continuously chopped towards Yi Xing dark spear curtain. Yi Xing first defended, waving the purple feather spear. The surrounding area was densely covered by black spear shadows, forming a spear curtain. As soon as the golden blade of light touched the dark spear curtain, it was blocked. Let's see how long you can resist. Qi Jingyang shouted. The golden blade of light became faster and faster. With his rich celestial essence, the golden blade of light could last for a long time. Yi Xing also used the dark spear curtain to defend for a long time. However, Yi Xing did not want to fight with Qi Jingyang for a long time. In Yi Xing's view, it was very disgraceful to fight with a good-for-nothing for a long time. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing roared. In an instant, he changed from offense to defense and stabbed out with his spear. Boom! The Dark Spirit Spear was simply a spear of destruction. With a thrust of the spear, the dark spear curtain shone brightly. All the golden blade of light in front of it was instantly destroyed. Moreover, a black spear shadow, carrying a terrifying power, instantly rushed in front of Qi Jingyang and launched a counterattack. Chapter 250. Qi Jingyang was flabbergasted. The core disciples outside the stellar hall also cried out in surprise. This sudden turn of events was completely out of their expectations. They were completely shocked. As a 6-star martial saint, Qi Jingyang's strength was not something that Wu Chenggang could compare with. Facing the sudden counterattack of the dark spear shadow, although Qi Jingyang was surprised, he did not panic. Qi Jingyang drew a circle with his hands. In an instant, thick celestial essence condensed, forming a circular golden barrier in front of him. Boom! The dark spear shadow and the golden barrier collided, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The golden barrier shook violently, and countless cracks appeared in an instant. Qi Jingyang's body was forced back several steps, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Only then did he stabilize his body. Qi Jingyang's eyes flashed with horror. Apparently, he had not expected that Yi Xing's strength would be so strong. All the core disciples watching the battle were dumbstruck. Whoosh! A golden light suddenly appeared, and a golden saber appeared in Qi Jingyang's hand. This golden saber was about 3 fingers wide and as thin as a leaf. It was a mid-grade spirit weapon, the golden leaf saber. With the golden leaf saber in hand, Qi Jingyang's aura became even sharper. The golden leaf saber flashed with a golden light, and its blade was as thin as a leaf. This allowed its speed to reach an appalling level, and the speed increased its sharpness by several times. It was enough to split open the protective celestial essence of any martial saint. Even a 9-star martial saint would not dare to face the golden leaf saber head-on. Qi Jingyang held the golden leaf saber and laughed. Boy, you think you're so great just because you forced me to use the golden leaf saber? No. You're courting death. Cool breeze shadowless saber, kill. As soon as his voice fell, Qi Jingyang waved the golden leaf saber in his hand. A golden light appeared in an instant, and then disappeared without a trace. However, the void in front of him was suddenly split in two, as if it had been cut in half by a sharp blade. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. There was no saber shadow, but the sharp aura was 10 times stronger, causing Yi Xing's hair to stand on end. This wasn't the formless power of metal, but a truly sharp aura. It represented that there was a terrifying attack coming at him. Yixing stared at the void in front of him. Celestial essence condensed in his ears as he carefully observed and listened. The purple feather spear in his hand suddenly glowed with a layer of dark light. Using the undercurrent surge, he attacked forward. Whether it was in terms of observation or hearing, Yixing was outstanding. Although the saber was so fast that it left no trace, it was neither silent nor traceless. Yixing accurately determined the position of the shadowless breeze saber. With a surging undercurrent, he shattered the shadowless saber light. The clear wind shadowless blade was a middle-tier spirit martial art. However, in terms of skill, it was far inferior to Yixing's dark spirit spear technique. As long as he could find the position of the shadowless blade, it would not be a problem to break through the opponent's attack. Of course, compared to the golden light slash, the shadowless blade gleam's attack power was even more terrifying. Although Yixing could break the shadowless blade gleam's attack, it was not particularly easy. Whoosh! The moment Yixing broke the first shadowless blade gleam, Qi Jingyang slashed out a second saber. Soon, it was the third saber, one saber after another. Qi Jingyang's saber speed became faster and faster. In less than 10 breaths, the void in front of him was cut into pieces. Shadowless blade gleams, one after another, attacked Yixing from different directions. Yixing relied on his visual observation and hearing identification, but it was difficult to determine the location of the numerous shadowless blade gleams. Under the attack of the shadowless blade gleams, he switched from offense to defense, and was surrounded by danger. Involuntarily, Yixing went into full defense. The dark spear curtain defended in all directions. However, with the shadowless blade gleams offensive, even if Yixing defended with all his strength, he would not be able to defend for long. Kill. 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 Qi Jingyang saw that Yixing was in danger and looked excited. His saber was faster and fiercer than the previous one. With every saber strike, he shouted the word, kill. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Although the sound was not loud, it was not drowned out by the sound of killing, nor was it drowned out by the collision of the blade gleams and the spear gleams. The cold snort was full of disdain. Everyone who heard it could not help but be shocked. Yixing was clearly forced into a desperate situation by Qi Jingyang. Why did he still make a sound of disdain? After the cold snort, Yixing instantly activated the super brain scanning mode. In an instant, all the shadowless blade gleams in the void in front of him appeared clearly in Yixing's mind. Shadowless breeze blade. It was the extreme of the fast saber. It was so fast that it was shadowless and could kill people without a trace. However, once there was a shadow, or if the attack trajectory of the shadowless blade gleams was detected, then the attacking effect of the shadowless breeze blade would be greatly reduced. Although martial arts with special effects were very powerful and difficult to defend against, it also had its weakness. That was, if the special effect lost its effect, then the battle effect would naturally be greatly reduced. The shadowless breeze blade, without the shadowless effect, was not much stronger than an inferior spiritual martial art. After Yixing snorted, he no longer focused on defense and began to counterattack. The martial arts he used were still the dark spirit spear technique. The moves were the same, but the effect was completely different. No matter how fast or dense Qi Jingyang's shadowless blade lights were, Yixing was able to see them clearly. Every time he thrust out his spear, he would hit a shadowless blade light, not wasting a single bit of his strength. In less than 10 breaths, Qi Jingyang's advantage had completely disappeared. Instead, Yixing had gained the upper hand. Streaks of dark spear gleams, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas, counterattacked Qi Jingyang. How is this possible? Outside the starry palace, the core disciples exclaimed in disbelief. The rest of the core disciples were also in disbelief. They had never expected that Yi Xing would reverse the situation and gain the upper hand, suppressing Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang was the second senior brother. Although he was arrogant and despotic, he was indeed powerful. Other than senior brother Maran, no one among the core disciples was his opponent. However, he was suppressed by Yi Xing, who was only a 4-star martial saint, and was at a disadvantage. The core disciples could not believe this. If Yi Xing could defeat Qi Jingyang, wouldn't it mean that he would replace Qi Jingyang's ranking and become the second core disciple? A 4-star martial saint, the second core disciple? This had never happened in the history of the Falling Star sect. The core disciples did not dare to imagine this result. With the super brain scanning, Yi Xing could see Qi Jingyang's every move clearly. He was always able to predict the enemy's moves. No matter how fast or how hidden Qi Jingyang's shadowless blade gleams were, Yi Xing knew them all clearly. Naturally, the shadowless blade gleams were destroyed one after another. In less than 30 moves, Yi Xing had already gained the absolute advantage. The dark spear gleams were already in front of Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang found it even harder to accept this fact. He did not believe that as the second disciple of Thea 6-star martial saint, he would be defeated by Yi Xing, who had just become a 4-star martial saint and had just been promoted to a core disciple. Kill! Qi Jingyang roared. His voice shook the 9 heavens, causing waves of air to roll and clouds to surge in the sky. A streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows and hung in the sky. It turned into a huge golden star, revealing an incomparably sharp and terrifying aura. Qi Jingyang took the lead and used the power of his astrology. In a battle, whoever used the power of his astrology first would usually lose. Of course, this was when the level of the astrology was not too different. There were also people who were not strong but relied on the power of their astrology to turn the tables, and such people were not rare. The superior metal-attributed astrology contained a terrifying amount of star power, especially the sharp aura, which increased the destructive power of the golden leaf saber. Qi Jingyang was very satisfied with his astrology. He was confident that with the help of his astrology, he would be able to cut Yi Xing into pieces. Clear saber shattering all directions. Qi Jingyang shouted and used the shadowless breeze saber to the extreme. The golden leaf saber was too thin, and it cut through the air without any resistance. The saber was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 shadowless saber gleams slashed out at the same time. Break for me! With so many people watching, Yi Xing did not want to be entangled with Qi Jingyang. With a loud shout, he also used the power of his astrology. A streak of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a huge flaming star. At the same time, Yi Xing used the dark spirit spear to kill Qi Jingyang. The force of darkness, the force of wind, and the force of fire were all integrated into this move. When the dark spirit spear was used, it could kill gods and Buddhas. Everything in front of it ceased to exist. Chapter 251. Boom! With a loud explosion, the area where the dark spear light pierced, the void in a radius of dozens of feet suddenly shook and was shrouded in darkness. Then, it instantly exploded, like a landslide or a tsunami. All the shadowless blade light was shattered at this moment. The metal attribute star in the sky also trembled violently, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye, voluntarily retracting into Qi Jingyang's forehead. The star was forcibly retracted, and Qi Jingyang suddenly felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. His eyes were instantly filled with horror. After shattering the shadowless blade light and the metal attribute star, the power of Yi Xing's dark spirit spear was still terrifying, and it blasted into Qi Jingyang's body with the force of thunder. Bang! Qi Jingyang's defensive star essence was instantly shattered. His body was like a cannonball, suddenly exploding backwards. In the air, Qi Jingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-grade golden leaf saber in his hand trembled violently, almost falling out of his hand. Heavenly bat steps. A flash of light. Yixing's figure flashed, as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he chased after Qi Jingyang. The purple feather spear, with a dark spear light, drew a straight black line in the void. Yixing's spear did not attack Qi Jingyang's body, but stabbed the middle-grade golden leaf saber. Clang, with a loud bang, the already violently trembling golden leaf saber instantly shot out from Qi Jingyang's hand. Yixing's arm continued to thrust forward, and the purple feather spear continued to stab forward with a terrifying force. With a whoosh, it stopped in front of Qi Jingyang's throat. "Junior brother Yi." From behind, Lin Tongyu anxiously shouted. She was really afraid that Yixing would not be able to hold back, and the spear would pierce Qi Jingyang's throat and take his life. In that case, although Qi Jingyang would die, Yixing wouldn't be able to live either. As soon as he left the Falling Star's secret realm, he would be punished by the sect's rules. With so many core disciples watching from the sidelines, Yixing would definitely die. Lin Tongyu didn't want that to happen. Yixing clearly knew his limits. His control was so precise that the tip of the spear almost touched the skin of Qi Jingyang's throat. Even though the tip of the spear hadn't pierced through, its sharp aura had rushed into Qi Jingyang's throat. This caused Qi Jingyang's heart to tremble, and he immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the same time, 2 drops of cold sweat dripped from both sides of his face. Second core disciple? 6-star martial saint. Yixing's cold voice rang out, full of disdain. "You're nothing. You're just a good-for-nothing." Yixing's words were like a few big slaps on Qi Jingyang's face, slapping his face loudly. Qi Jingyang clenched his teeth. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he glared at Yixing. "I'll let you be arrogant now. When you leave the Fallen Star's secret territory, I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me. At that time, I'll crush you as easily as crushing an ant." Yixing sneered. "You're a good-for-nothing, yet you call me father and grandfather. I'm so scared. When you leave the Fallen Star's secret territory, you can go ask for reinforcements. But let me remind you, when you cry in front of your father or grandfather, remember to put your hands on your head. If I had a good-for-nothing son like you, I'd slap your disgraceful face." Yixing was not afraid of Qi Jingyang's threat at all. Now, he could be said to have grown wings in the Fallen Star sect. Not to mention that his master was the formation elder Lin Fenghua, his performance alone was enough to attract the attention of the Fallen Star sect. As long as the elders of the Fallen Star sect were not fools, they would treat him as an important seed to cultivate. After entering the inner sect for a few months, he had become the second core disciple. When the Fallen Star's secret territory was over, Yixing might even become the first core disciple. With such performance, as long as one was not blind, anyone could see that Yixing had extraordinary potential. In front of the fact that he had improved by leaps and bounds, even if his cultivation talent was trash, he would still win enough attention. In the end, trash cultivation talent was not valued because there was no chance for him to stand out. What if he had already stood out? Who cared if your cultivation talent was trash? Yixing was about to reach the peak of the Fallen Star sect's disciples. At this time, he had nothing to be afraid of. As long as he did not take the initiative to bully others, if anyone dared to step on his head, he could fall down fiercely. No matter how badly he fell, it was not a serious matter. Lin Tongyu came to Yixing's side and pulled his arm. "Junior brother Yixing, forget it. Don't lower yourself to his level. After all, Qi Jingyang's status was extraordinary. Moreover, his great-grandfather had once risked his life to save Lin Tongyu's grandfather, Lin Shuyuan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Lin Tongyu could not stand by and watch Qi Jingyang suffer. Yixing kept his purple quill spear and smiled at Lin Tongyu. "He's just a good-for-nothing. I didn't lower myself to his level. Let's go over there." With that, Yixing pulled Lin Tongyu's hand again and walked towards the starry hall. Lin Tongyu's face was slightly flushed. She did not say anything and let Yixing hold her slender hand as she walked side by side with Yixing. Behind them, Qi Jingyang looked at the backs of Yixing and Lin Tongyu and his eyes were about to spit fire. He kept saying that Yixing was a good-for-nothing, but the facts proved that he, Qi Jingyang, was the real good-for-nothing in front of Yixing. At the thought of being seen by so many core disciples at this moment, Qi Jingyang's heart was like a breath that could not be dispersed. Suddenly, Lin Tongyu's voice came from the front. "Aya, junior brother Yi, I can't call you junior brother anymore. Should I call you second senior brother?" Yixing patted the back of Lin Tongyu's hand and said as he walked, "What second senior brother? It's just an empty title. I will always be your junior brother and you will always be my senior sister." Lin Tongyu suddenly let out a bell-like laughter. Behind them, Qi Jingyang's shame and anger gathered together. The gloominess in his heart could no longer be held back and rushed out, bringing with it a large mouthful of blood. Outside the starry hall, Yixing and Lin Tongyu found an open space by the side and sat down, the two chatting and laughing. The other 10 or so core disciples looked at each other and glanced at Yixing from time to time, their eyes full of awe and surprise. Lin Tongyu was right. Yixing defeated Qi Jingyang. According to the rules of the sect, Yixing's ranking among the core disciples would rise to second and Qi Jingyang would fall to third. Therefore, according to reason, it was not wrong for core disciples to call Yixing second senior brother. However, Qi Jingyang's remaining prestige was too strong. Although these core disciples were impressed by Yixing's heaven-defying fighting strength and were in awe of Yixing, no one dared to call Yixing second senior brother. They didn't even dare to come up and say hello. Knowing that Qi Jingyang was now angry, none of the core disciples dared to touch his reverse scale. They didn't even dare to mention the fight between Yixing and Qi Jingyang. Only the core disciples who had a good relationship with each other used celestial essence sound transmissions to talk about the shock and amazement of the battle. As time passed, one by one, the core disciples arrived one after another. The core disciples who came later naturally didn't know about the battle between Yixing and Qi Jingyang. The previous core disciples were afraid that Qi Jingyang would be unhappy, so they didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, the core disciples who came later didn't know that Yixing, who was sitting next to Lin Tongyu, had already become the second-ranked core disciple. Qi Jingyang sat alone in a distant place. Everyone could see that he was in a bad mood, but no one dared to go up and ask. The core disciples who came later talked to each other about their experiences in the Falling Star secret territory in the past month. Everyone had a lot of experiences. You talk, I talk, it's quite lively. The battle between Yixing and Qi Jingyang didn't cause too much of a stir. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, in the hearts of the core disciples who had witnessed the battle, the shock it caused was especially calm. As the time of the Star Palace's opening approached, the core disciples gradually became restless. Because the core disciples who had gathered were missing one person. The fourth-ranked core disciple, He Hongjiao, one of the Falling Star's twin beauties, hadn't shown up. If a core disciple at the bottom of the ranking didn't show up, no one would be surprised. The Falling Star secret territory wasn't 100% safe. Things like core disciples dying had happened many times in the past. However, this thing happened to He Hongjiao, which was too strange. Chapter 252. Firstly, He Hongjiao was a great beauty. She was one of the most beautiful female disciples in the Falling Star sect. Many male disciples viewed her as their dream lover. No one wanted He Hongjiao to die. Secondly, He Hongjiao was ranked 4th among the core disciples. She was the strongest 5-star martial sage. The dangers in the Falling Star secret realm could not threaten her life. She should not have died. In the past, the core disciples who died in the Falling Star secret realm were all ranked at the bottom. There had never been a core disciple ranked in the top 10 who died in the Falling Star's secret realm. The disciples did not want He Hongjiao to die. Furthermore, logically, He Hongjiao should not have died. Hence, He Hongjiao did not appear. This puzzled the disciples. Yixing was the only one who knew what was going on. However, he would never tell anyone about He Hongjiao's life or death. Why hasn't Hongjiao come here yet? The Stellar Hall will open today. There is not much time left. She should not be late. Eldest senior brother Ma Ren frowned and muttered to himself. He paced back and forth with a haggard expression. Occasionally, he would look into the distance. It was rumored that Ma Ren and He Hongjiao had a close relationship. It was clear that the rumors were true. If they were not close, he would not react like this. Yang Zhixiong also frowned like Ma Ren. Ever since He Hongjiao sent Yang Zhixiong away to seek reinforcements in the desert, he had not seen He Hongjiao again. The desert was vast and boundless. Yang Zhixiong did not find any reinforcements. Helpless, he could only return to his original spot. However, when he returned, he did not see He Hongjiao or Yixing. There were only desert scorpion corpses all over the ground. Naturally, he could not imagine what had happened between Yixing and He Hongjiao. Without seeing He Hongjiao, he had gone to the depths of the secret realm. He did not take it to heart. However, He Hongjiao still had not appeared. This made Yang Zhixiong worried. Who met junior sister He in the secret realm? Seeing that the Stellar Hall was about to open but He Hongjiao had not arrived, Ma Ren could not hold back and asked the core disciples. In the 3 dangerous lands, the chances of the disciples meeting were very small. He Hongjiao did not meet anyone in the Sea of Fire. In the desert, she only met Yang Zhixiong and Yixing. When Ma Ren asked, all the disciples shook their heads. Yang Zhixiong looked left and right. It seemed that other than himself, no one else had seen He Hongjiao, so he walked out. Yang Zhixiong said, eldest senior brother, I saw senior sister He. Ma Ren immediately asked, where did you meet? How did you separate? I saw senior sister He after passing through the Sea of Fire. Yang Zhixiong was an honest person. He told them everything about his meeting with He Hongjiao, how they teamed up to cross the desert together, how they saw the corpses of the desert scorpions all over the desert, and how they saw Yixing being surrounded by a large number of desert scorpions. According to Yang Zhixiong's explanation, since Yixing did not die in the desert scorpions, He Hongjiao should have met with Yixing in the end. The gazes of the core disciples all turned towards Yixing. Yixing had become the key to He Hongjiao's disappearance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ma Ren walked towards Yixing. About 10 meters away from Yixing, Ma Ren stood still and stared at Yixing. Junior brother Yi, you saw junior sister He. Why didn't you stand out just now? The disciples could hear that their eldest senior brother was a little unhappy. However, Ma Ren was a modest gentleman, completely different from Qi Jingyang's character. Even if he was unhappy, he was still refined. Although Yixing was not familiar with the core disciples, he knew his eldest senior brother Ma Ren well. He had a good reputation among the disciples and was very helpful. Although Yixing defeated his younger brother Ma Ji to obtain the quota to enter the Fallen Star's secret realm, Ma Ren had never said or done anything to Yixing because of this. If it had been Qi Jingyang, he would have probably made things difficult for Yixing when they had just entered the Fallen Star's secret realm, when everyone was together. Yixing was very respectful towards people like Ma Ren. He stood up and nodded slightly at Ma Ren. Eldest senior brother, I have never seen senior sister He. He Hongjiao died in his hands. No one else saw this matter, so Yixing would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Although the cause was He Hongjiao who killed him, now that He Hongjiao was dead, as long as Yixing admitted that he killed her, then he would not be able to clear his name even if he had a mouth. Yixing said that he killed He Hongjiao because He Hongjiao wanted to kill him, but He Hongjiao was dead and there was no evidence. Who would believe Yixing's words? Yixing's foundation in the Fallen Star sect was shallow. Other than his master Lin Fenghua, he had no other backing. On the other hand, He Hongjiao had many friends in the Fallen Star sect. At that time, all the core disciples and many elders would think that Yixing killed He Hongjiao first. Perhaps even Lin Fenghua would not be able to protect Yixing. Although Yixing was a man of his words and did not like to lie to others, he was not pedantic. If he had to lie, then he had to lie. Of course, if the recording formation was still there and he had evidence to prove that He Hongjiao killed him first, Yixing would naturally not lie. Yixing knew that He Hongjiao was up to no good, so after discovering He Hongjiao, he set up a recording formation next to her. Unfortunately, the soul-severing shuttle's power was too strong and its killing range was too wide. Even the small hill was destroyed. The recording formation set up by Yixing was also completely destroyed by the soul-severing shuttle. Yixing did not have any evidence, so he could only insist that he did not see He Hongjiao. Anyway, there was no evidence. Ma Ren's eyes narrowed and said, "That's impossible." Junior brother Yang said very clearly that junior sister He was with you in the end. Since you did not die in the desert scorpion swarm, then you must have seen junior sister He. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, don't be so absolute. If I had seen senior sister He, why would I hide it? Because you killed senior sister He." At this time, a loud voice roared. Everyone looked over and the person who spoke was the fifth core disciple, Wuxia Gang. Wuxia Gang watched Yixing take away the 5-leaf ice lotus and held a grudge. Now that he finally found a chance to take revenge on Yixing, he naturally spoke without thinking. Wuxia Gang strode over and pointed at Yixing and shouted, "You evil thief, you must have coveted senior sister He's beauty and wanted to do something to her. Senior sister He did not comply, so you killed her." Although he was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge and was full of nonsense, the result of his inference coincided with the truth. He Hongjiao was indeed killed by Yixing. Yixing narrowed his eyes and locked onto Wuxia Gang. His heart was filled with killing intent. Wuxia Gang's words were poisonous. Killing a core disciple was a capital offense. He wanted to put Yixing to death. Yixing said indifferently, "Wuxia Gang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Killing a core disciple is a capital offense. You have no evidence and yet you want to kill me. This is also murder. If the sect's elders deem you guilty, only death awaits you." A core disciple said, "Senior brother Wu, how strong is senior sister He? How could junior brother Yi kill her?" Many of the core disciples nodded in agreement. However, the other half of the core disciples did not share the same opinion. Those core disciples who had seen Yixing's strength did not doubt that Yixing had the ability to kill He Hongjiao. Wuxia Gang was not intimidated by Yixing's words. Now, the spearhead was pointed at Yixing. He only needed to add insult to injury and prove that Yixing had the ability to kill He Hongjiao. With He Hongjiao's connections, it was enough to convict Yixing and put him to death. Wuxia Gang said, "You all think that Yixing's strength is not that great. No. You're all wrong, very wrong. When he was a 3-star martial saint, he defeated me and took away my 5-leaf ice lotus. Then, with the help of the 5-leaf ice lotus, he broke through to a 4-star martial saint. If senior sister He wanted to defeat me, she would need more than 50 moves. However, Yixing used his astrology and defeated me in 1 move. Do you all think that he has the strength to kill senior sister He?" In order to take revenge on Yixing, Wuxia Gang could be considered to have thrown caution to the wind. He, a 5-star martial saint, had been defeated by Yixing, a 3-star martial saint. He did not even frown when he said it out loud. He was completely shameless. Although Qi Jingyang was arrogant, he still cared about his face. Even if he had been defeated by Yixing, and more than 10 core disciples had seen it with their own eyes, he would definitely not say it out loud. Those who did not know Yi Xing's strength were shocked when they heard Wu Qinggang's words. The way they looked at Yi Xing gradually changed. Every time after the fourth or fifth watch, I'm very afraid. I'm afraid that I won't be recognized by my brothers. I'm afraid that the monthly vote is the same as the fifth watch. I'm afraid that the second watch is the same as no watch at all. I'll lose my motivation to work harder. Brothers, I need your recognition. I beg for a monthly vote. Chapter 253. Two kinds of emotions appeared in the eyes of the disciples. One was envy towards Yi Xing for obtaining the 5-leaf ice lotus and breaking through to the 4-star martial saint realm. The other was shock at Yi Xing's ability to kill He Hongjiao and ponder the possibility of this. Obviously, the core disciples knew of Yi Xing's strength and were more inclined to believe Wu Qinggang's words. They believed that He Hongjiao had died in Yi Xing's hands. Yi Xing, do you know the consequences of killing a core disciple according to the sect's rules? Eldest senior brother Ma Ren's voice became stern. His gaze became sharp as it fell on Yi Li. Although he had a gentle personality, He Hongjiao's death had aroused his bloodthirst. Since Ma Ren believed that Yi Xing had killed He Hongjiao, there was no doubt that he was angry at Yi Xing. His killing intent surged. According to the sect's rules, killing a core disciple is to first cripple his cultivation before taking his life. Someone shouted loudly, Yi Xing, you deserve death for your crimes. You will die without a burial place. Yi Xing glanced at that person. It was Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji. He was a disciple of the enforcement elder and was naturally very clear about the sect's rules. Ma Ji held a grudge against Yi Xing. Now that there was a chance to get rid of Yi Xing, he was naturally very excited. His voice resounded in the ears of every disciple. The corners of Wu Qinggang's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a proud smile. His goal had been achieved. I have never seen senior sister Yi Xing said calmly. I believe in junior brother Yi Xing. Lin Tongyu spoke. She was the only one who stood out to support Yi Xing, evil thief, still quibbling. Wu Qinggang fanned the flames, senior martial sister He still hasn't shown herself, she must have been killed by you. Senior martial sister He died in your hands, I don't know what kind of pain she must have suffered. Before you killed senior martial sister He, I don't know what kind of atrocities you committed. Yi Xing, senior martial sister He is as beautiful as a fairy, how could you do it? He Hongjiao was one of the falling star's twin beauties. Who knew how many male disciples viewed her as their dream lover? After being instigated by Wu Qinggang, each and every one of them bristled with anger. Eldest senior brother, this evil thief is infuriated by both man and God. Let me capture him and interrogate him. I'll make him confess his evil deeds. A core disciple stood out and pointed at Yi Xing, shouting in a stern voice. Yi Xing glanced at this person. He was a 6-star martial saint. Among the core disciples, there were only 3 6-star martial saints. This person was neither Ma Ren nor Qi Jingyang. Clearly, it was Li Yuanqing. Li Yuanqing was secretly in love with He Hongjiao. After being instigated by Wu Qinggang, he believed that it was Yi Xing who killed He Hongjiao. Furthermore, it was rape. Moreover, Li Yuanqing knew that his eldest senior brother Ma Ren and He Hongjiao had a close relationship. Now that he had captured Yi Xing, it was to curry favor with Ma Ren. After all, his relationship with Qi Jingyang wasn't very good. He had to get closer to Ma Ren so that he wouldn't be bullied by Qi Jingyang. Yi Xing indifferently glanced at Li Yuanqing and said, even if I violated the sect rules, it's not up to you to meddle in my business. After leaving the Fallen Star's secret territory, there will be people from the law enforcement hall to investigate. Li Yuanqing, you're not a junior disciple. What right do you have to capture me? I advise you to restrain yourself. Don't ask for trouble. Although Yi Xing's words were reasonable, many core disciples were secretly shocked. Sect rules were sect rules. Reality was reality. As the third core disciple, Li Yuanqing had a high status. Yixing actually dared to speak to Li Yuanqing in such a manner. Moreover, he even told Li Yuanqing not to ask for trouble. This really surprised many core disciples. Of course, the core disciples who had seen Yixing defeat Qi Jingyang were very calm. They clearly knew that Yixing was qualified to say such words. This was because Yixing was now the true second senior brother. As for Li Yuanqing, his ranking among the core disciples had already dropped to fourth. It was normal for the second core disciple to warn the fourth core disciple not to ask for trouble. In the Fallen Star sect, Li Yuanqing had always been suppressed by Qi Jingyang. As for the core disciples who were close to Qi Jingyang, they did not respect Li Yuanqing much. This was the thing that he felt the most aggrieved and the thing that he did not want to see the most. In Li Yuanqing's eyes, Yixing was only a core disciple who had just broken through to the 4-star martial saint realm. He did not have any foundation among the core disciples. He was not familiar with Ma Ren and had no relationship with Qi Jingyang. With such a status, he dared to directly call him by his name. Moreover, he spoke rudely and warned him not to ask for trouble. This simply poked at Li Yuanqing's sore spot and caused him to explode in anger. Arrogant! Li Yuanqing shouted angrily. His figure flashed and rushed toward Yixing. He struck out with a palm. Low-grade spirit martial art, Red Sun Palm. Boom! A palm print shot out, and the temperature of the surroundings suddenly rose rapidly. Red Sun Palm was a fire attribute martial art. Li Yuanqing had practiced it to the realm of greater mastery and was extremely powerful. The disciples who had witnessed Yixing defeating Qi Jingyang knew that Li Yuanqing would lose without a doubt. However, most of the disciples did not know Yixing's strength. Seeing Li Yuanqing attack, they all thought that Yixing would suffer. In the face of the extremely hot star essence palm print, Yixing snorted, "Get out!" In an instant, the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed out with the spear, like a rainbow piercing the sun, breaking the void. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Spiritual Flash. This dark spear light instantly shattered the red sun palm print, and its momentum did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it stabbed in front of Li Yuanqing's throat. Suddenly, the situation of the battle changed. Li Yuanqing's pupils shrank and he was shocked. The core disciples who did not know Yixing's strength were shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Fire Shadow Step. Li Yuanqing quickly retreated, using his lightness skill to the extreme, and dodged Yixing's spear. At the same time, with a clang, a sword was unsheathed, bringing out a red sword light, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply again. Middle-grade spirit weapon, Raging Flame Sword. A core disciple exclaimed. Among the core disciples, only Ma Ren, Qi Jingyang, and Li Yuanqing had middle-grade spirit weapons. The rest of the core disciples were all envious. Being repelled by Yixing's spear, Li Yuanqing was shocked and furious. He never thought that he, a 6-star martial saint, would almost die in the hands of a 4-star martial saint. Li Yuanqing shouted, "Evil thief, let's see if you can still be arrogant in front of the Raging Flame Sword." Purple Flame Sword Art, Kill. The Raging Flame Sword waved, and in an instant, a purple sword light burst out. The temperature of the purple flame was simply terrible. Even the air was burning and crackling. This purple flame sword light was too frightening, causing the disciples to retreat continuously. They looked at Li Yuanqing with fear. However, Yixing's expression was indifferent. He was not afraid of fire attribute martial arts. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing also roared. At this moment, he attacked with the intention of showing his power. He did not want to fight for a long time, so he directly used the ultimate move of the Dark Spirit Spear Art. Boom! A dark spear light burst out, and the purple flame sword light in front of him was instantly shattered. The power of the dark spear light was like an avalanche, rushing forward. Dust flew in a radius of dozens of feet, piercing through stone and air, and a layer of the ground was shaved off. Li Yuanqing's expression instantly turned into horror. How could his protective astral energy block it? With a bang, it broke, and then his body was shot back. He was sent flying for dozens of meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Evil thief, you dare to hurt me?" Li Yuanqing had just landed on the ground when he roared. A starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows, turning into a huge flaming star above him. Superior star, earth flame. Sword of burning heaven. Countless flaming stars fell, fusing into Li Yuanqing's body. With the help of the flame star, Li Yuanqing used one of the ultimate moves of the purple flame sword art. Whoosh! Li Yuanqing waved his sword, and a purple flame sword light burst out. It was dozens of feet long, almost splitting the sky in half. The core disciples retreated once again, looking aghast. Li Yuanqing's strength was indeed terrifying. "Break for me!" Yixing shouted, also using the power of the star. A starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows, turning into a flame star that floated in the sky. Boom! The dark spear light cut through the sky. It was still the dark spirit spear, but with the fusion of the flame star and the power of fire, the power of this move exploded. Under the shocked eyes of the core disciples, the dozens of feet-long purple flame sword light collapsed layer by layer, turning into powder and splashing in all directions. The dark spear light pierced through the air, exploding forward, its power still unstoppable. Puff! Li Yuanqing's body suddenly splashed with blood. His body was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the terrifying power of the dark spear light. "I was busy during the day, so I did not update today." Chapter 254. The result was exactly the same as Qi Jingyang's dark spirit spear move. In the distance, Qi Jingyang, who had been watching coldly, could not help but smirk. Previously, he had been sent flying by Yixing's spear and was extremely angry. But now, seeing that Li Yuanqing had also suffered the same fate as him, Qi Jingyang's mood was much better. However, he did not know where his joy came from. The core disciples who had known Yixing's strength for a long time were still shocked when they witnessed Yixing's strength again. As for the core disciples who had seen Yixing's strength for the first time, they were completely stunned. In their eyes, Li Yuanqing was extremely powerful. He was one of the only 3 six-star martial saints among the core disciples. However, in front of Yixing, Li Yuanqing had been defeated so easily. This result was unbelievable to them and they could not digest the facts in front of them for a while. Even eldest senior brother Ma Ren's eyes revealed deep shock. Yixing was only 17 years old this year. His cultivation of the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm was already very shocking. Even in the history of there were only a few 17-year-old 4-star martial saints. But more importantly, Yixing's fighting strength was against the heavens. He could defeat a 6-star martial saint at the age of 17. This was too terrifying. In the history of there was no one like him. Could it be that our falling star sect is going to produce a peerless genius? Ma Ren said to himself. But, his cultivation talent is very ordinary, or even poor. Ma Ren did not dare to believe his own judgment. Ma Ren retracted his gaze from Yixing and looked at Yang Zhixiong. "Junior brother Yang, you're lying." Yang Zhixiong was surprised. "Eldest senior brother, how did I lie?" Ma Ren said, "You said that junior brother Yi was surrounded by desert scorpions and used a black star, but junior brother Yi obviously used a flame star." Yang Zhixiong also reacted. He was shocked and said in disbelief, "But, I really saw senior brother Ye's. Senior brother's star was a black star." Ma Ren shook his head in disbelief. "You saw junior martial brother Ye's flame astrology with your own eyes. Could it be that junior martial brother Yi has 2 astrology?" This is impossible. A martial artist only had one astrological sign, this was common sense. However, this was common knowledge in a small area. Just like how the star Marquis was called the martial saint, only the backward areas had such common knowledge and such a name. In fact, Yi Xing not only had 2 astrological manifestations, but 3. None of the disciples believed that Yi Xing had 2 astrological manifestations. Naturally, they all thought that Yang Zhixiong was lying. This time, Yang Zhixiong had been wrongly accused. Feeling the gazes of the disciples, it was as if He Hongjiao's disappearance was related to him. Yang Zhixiong couldn't help but shout, "I'm not lying. What I said is true. I don't know if what I saw was true, but I really saw it." However, none of the disciples believed him because they had seen Yi Xing's flame astrology with their own eyes. They definitely didn't believe that Yi Xing had 2 astrological manifestations. What you see may not be true. There are still many things that we don't understand in the falling star secret land. Maybe what junior martial brother Yang saw was just an illusion. Yi Xing said. He knew that Yang Zhixiong had nothing to do with He Hongjiao's death. Although Yi Xing wanted to clear himself of suspicion, he couldn't let others take the blame. Yang Zhixiong obviously didn't expect that Yi Xing would speak for him at this time. He was extremely grateful and said, "Senior martial brother Yi is right. What I saw might be an illusion. Otherwise, how could senior martial brother Yi kill more than 100,000 desert scorpions alone? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion." Ma Ren stared at Yang Zhixiong sharply and said, "Let's drop this matter for the time being. After leaving the falling star secret land, the elders of the sect will investigate it." "Yes. Yes, senior martial brother." Yang Zhixiong breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly ran to Yi Xing and thanked him. "Thank you, senior martial brother Yi Xing." Yi Xing smiled faintly, "It's a piece of cake." Yi Xing waved his hand and let Yang Zhixiong leave. Then, his gaze shifted to Wu Qinggang in the distance and shot out a sharp cold light. Wu Qinggang suddenly shivered and didn't dare to look at Yi Xing. He had hit Yi Xing when he was down, but the result was that he didn't hurt Yi Xing. Instead, he caused Yi Xing to want to kill him. Now, his heart was filled with fear. Rumble, at this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the Star Hall, attracting everyone's attention. The fog that shrouded the Star Hall finally dispersed and the Star Hall revealed its true appearance. It was a treasure hall that was hundreds of feet tall. At this moment, the door of the Star Hall was opening and the rumbling sound came from it. Although the door was open, there seemed to be a layer of translucent light curtain at the entrance. When the disciples entered the Star Hall and passed through this layer of light curtain, they would enter different Star Halls and would not meet each other again until they failed to pass the Star Hall and were sent out of the Starfall Valley. The disciples had been waiting for the Star Hall to open for a long time. Now that the Star Hall opened, the disciples rubbed their fists in excitement. The Star Hall was the best place to obtain treasures. Every time they passed a level, they would obtain treasures as a reward. "Junior martial brothers and sisters, the Star Hall has opened, let's go in." Ma Ren stood at the front of the disciples and shouted. He waved his arm and took the lead to enter the Star Hall. The core disciples cheered and followed behind Ma Ren. One by one, they passed through the light curtain at the entrance and disappeared. "Junior martial brother Yi, if you can pass the 3rd level, I heard that you can obtain the upper-grade spirit martial inheritance, Falling Star Incantation. Good luck." When Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu arrived outside the light curtain, Lin Tongyu stopped and said. Yi Xing nodded, "Senior martial sister Lin, you are also lucky. Let's go in." Lin Tongyu winked at Yi Xing and passed through the light curtain and entered the Star Hall. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to enter the Star Hall. His gaze fell on the translucent light curtain at the entrance. Although it was called a translucent light curtain, it only looked translucent. In fact, after the other disciples entered the light curtain, they could not see it. After passing through this light curtain, you can enter different star halls. This is too magical. It completely involves the power of space. Yixing was very interested in this translucent power. This should be a formation. A formation with the power of space. I have never heard Master mention it. After looking for a while, Yixing was the only one left outside the star hall. Although Yixing was interested in this formation light curtain, he could not understand it at all. He could only shake his head and pass through the light curtain and enter the star hall. The feeling of passing through the formation light curtain was very strange. It was completely different from the formation light curtain that Yixing knew. It was like a thick layer of something. After passing through, one would enter another space. Yixing appeared in an empty hall. It was the first level of the star hall. After only 3 breaths, a voice sounded, "That's right." The first level of the star hall, trial target, warriors of the same realm. Trial results are divided into 7 levels. Level 1, persist for 10 breaths. Level 2, persist for 100 breaths. Level 3, persist for an hour. Level 4, defeat the target in an hour. Level 5, defeat the target in 100 breaths. Level 6, defeat the target in 10 breaths. Level 7, defeat the target in 1 move. The higher the trial result, the more generous the reward. The first level of the trial result. As the voice stopped, a ball of starlight gathered in front of Yixing. More and more starlight gathered. When the light dissipated, only a human warrior was left. This was not a real person. It was formed by the power of the formation. Its cultivation was similar to Yixing's, a 4-star martial saint. The trial results in the Star Hall tested a warrior's ability to challenge those of a higher realm. It was used to estimate a warrior's potential. In this aspect, Yixing had a great advantage. He had full confidence in the first, second, and third levels of the Star Hall. The key was whether he could make it to the 4th level. This was a record that the Falling Star sect had never achieved. The 4-star martial saint in front held a long sword in his hand. After appearing, he charged at Yixing in the blink of an eye. The sword light was like the moon. It instantly cut through the air and arrived before Yixing. The speed of the sword was very fast. It was an inferior grade spirit martial art. Its attainment was at the great perfection realm. The power of the sword was equivalent to an inferior grade spirit weapon. In terms of strength, it was about the same as a late 4th star martial saint. It was rather powerful in the same realm. To many 4-star martial saints, the target in front of them was difficult to deal with. However, to Yixing, it was not worth mentioning. Today's update ends here. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.